Hi. How is everybody? Hello, hi, welcome. Let me scroll. Our love winner today is Nova. And thank you, Turnip. I did take my vitamins. Thank you. Hi, Doc. Hi, Nova. Hi, Kai. Hi, Turnip. I think that's all right now. Yeah. See my favorite streamer? Oh, that's so cute. Thank you, Nova. Well, we're here to have cozy time, so no worries. I'm so glad I was on the right screen. For some reason, was just like, oh no, was I on stream ending? That's what I didn't grab. Let me grab something really quick. But also, Doc, I'm sorry. I hope your foot's better. I hope your foot's doing better. Okay. I have learned things, and by things, I mean I don't know how to style my hair. I do need to schedule a hair appointment, but it's at an awkward length where now it's so long. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to style it because I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to handle it. Anyways, how is everybody doing today? I hope you're all doing well. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to watch my computer stats. I need to crunch my leg. Yes, dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for Quiet to be down there. I'm so excited for Resident Evil with Quiet there. That's gonna be so much fun. Always looks nice. Thank you. I just don't know how to style it. Like I usually have like the same styles that I do if I like do anything to it, because I don't know what to do. Nova, I didn't grow up doing my hair. Neither did my mom. None of us know how to do hair in this house. His favorites? Well, yes. So it's perfect. It's perfect. He. So I am determined to finish 7 tomorrow then. And when we finish 7, we can just go straight to what the fuck? No, Kai, actually this is really sad. We're getting close to the end. You're telling me my Resident Evil Thursdays are gonna be done? Like, we'll pick up Requiem, but that's by myself. You're telling me... what the freak? What the fuck? I realized I found a metal song based on Lady D. I love that. With the style, too? Should you open? Or that's fair. That is fair. It's hard. It's hard figuring out hair. And, like, today my hair is, super... Okay, this feels like a flex. It's super soft and just, like, silky. Which is nice in some cases, but then when you're trying to do hair and put it up, it has no texture to grip. So I can't do anything with it today unless I sprayed stuff in it, but I didn't want to. So I resulted in just hair clip, which I will be honest, turning this way looks very nice. If I turn the other way, I think that's the bad side. I don't know what that actually looks like.
Hi,
Hold on,
pretty
I'm gonna
people.
watch.
How you doing?
Yeah, that's the bad side. Because it all flops to one side. So yeah. You just start over? It's time to fucking roll it back, Kai. Honestly, Kai, I can take you along to play. After Requiem, we can play Revelations if you want to play that. Why is Persona on here? I'm on my day list. It's soft indie bedroom pop Wednesday morning. I guess that does fit it. I don't want... Evangelion. I love this song, though, so much. Hi, Haunted. How are you doing? We played through Silent Hill together. We could, Kai. I've never played through the Silent Hill games before. I have never played through them, so we have the options. Okay, so I'm still dragging you along for different stuff. Thursday is just Kai Day. My emotional support bear Thursdays. Can do both. Fuck yeah! I love silky hair, but yeah, struggle for styling. Do you have a blow dryer brush? It is a struggle for styling. I fucking hate it. I love it. That's why I'm like, it feels like a flex. Like my hair's silky smooth, but also like my hair is silky smooth. I can't do anything. I do. I usually diffuse my hair when I have like when I'm first drying it, but I need to get it better. I have one that I stole from somebody. But I want to get a better blow drying. The whole like I would like a Dyson. I don't know how to curl hair either. I do, but I don't. So I would like the ones that just curl it for you. I am tis just but a simple woman. I'm just a girl. I don't know what I'm doing. Baby girly hair, so I use a round brush attachment on low heat to shape my curls. Oh, that's so nice. I have like really loose curls, and you can see it when I have my shag and like when it's fresh. When it's like this, my hair becomes so straight. Also, specifically this part of my bangs is like pinned straight to the point where it's just like, toom. I was like, what's happening to you? That's not normal in general. Oh, you have a Dyson? I have a nice blow dryer. I do like the blow dryer I have. I would like to get a new brush, like actual brush, because I have my mom's. And those work well. But I think we've had them since I was born. So like they're starting to die. I have what hair? My shaggy hair. I know. I know what. I know what I said and I know what you heard. I am a knower. Forgot shag is a term for short hair. Yeah. That's why I'm like, I was like, I had to, I had to think back to what I even said, Kai, for a second. I was like, what? But I'm like, yeah. But yes. Unfortunately, it is multiple words. I mean, it's like puta and puto. Filipinos, it's food. For any Spanish words for Hispanics, not food. Unless you're a freak. The 2-week Minecraft phase? Ooh, what week are you into it? Did you just start at the Minecraft phase? I'm starting a different Minecraft thing. It's not Minecraft, it's a different one. But my friends are starting it up. I was like, okay, sure, I'll join. I hate when my fringe is straight compared to my hair. Get your never taught me how to do it yet. See, like I can't even like blame my mom too much too because she never really did her hair. And she has extremely curly hair and she hates curly hair. So then she also is just like, no. I'm like, ah. But yeah, the bangs just don't want to bang when the rest of the hair wants to hair. I thought about putting my hair in rollers today, but I didn't want to. And or I need to learn how to do Farrah Fawcett hair. It's just a lot of effort. And that's crazy. Also, hi Fox. Wee to you too. Up so when Quiet is down here, we have more games to play together. Okay. We like that. That's good thinking. That's good thinking, guy. To restart my BG3 run because the mods aren't lining up anymore. Oh no, that's really sad. I need to figure out modding BG3 because I want to ooh, that scares me for Harley. It should still work. I would like for Harley to be able to take all the companions, but because for our dirge run, for me and my friends, we want to be able to take the companions out so that we can actually form relationships with them, you know? So there's that. Because there's so much story you miss when you play with like a full 4-man group. What are you doing, Mochi? Come over here. Don't just sulk there. Always end up greasy too. Dude, my hair, I hate it because I know I shouldn't wash my hair super much. A lot. I shouldn't wash my hair a lot. But like my hair gets so greasy so fast, especially from headphones or from I touch my hair a lot and that does that. But the top of my hair, oh my god. I hate it. Doing fine? Is your foot doing fine? Are you feeling better, Doc? I don't know, I like got closer and closer with the interrogation. I play on Switch, but he's down to play on the ooh. Okay, so you have a whole lineup of games, Kai. That's good. Needed Not the greasy hair Jean. With the greasy hair jeans? Jeans, yes. Also, it's pinned straight when it's long, so I can't do it anymore. Do anything with it. No, that's so real. Nerfed. I figured needed wasn't the word, but nerfed makes it so much funnier. But dude, that's my hair, once it gets a certain length, it just like dies. Like it just flops. Like I want to take my hair down and show you how dead it looks. Because it has, I don't know, when it reaches silky, some people work absolutely flat straight hair, but for some reason I look god awful and I look like a dying, like a wet rat. That's what I feel like I look like. But like it's just really silky soft, so it doesn't have any, it can't hold any form. Oh, you hit Suo. Well, thank you. I will rock my wet rat look. Jordan, I miss you. I hope you're well. I give you mwah. Times a week should be a limit for any sort of curls. Yes, I do use dry shampoo a lot. I got a I want to get different dry shampoo, but for now I have the big cans that are the spray ones. Moral of the story, I don't want the spray ones anymore, but they still work great. Kibby will sit here. She is right here still. But yeah, I think I wash my hairs 2 to 3 times. Sometimes I go longer because I hit the days where I'm not going out at all. And I'm like, oh, well, since I'm not going out at all, you know, fuck it. My hair's just going to go up. It don't matter. She is so floofy. She works on her looks, except she still has flea dirt all over her because she had like 1 flea. She probably had more fleas, but she had like 1 flea. They're dead now, but now she has all the residue on her and she needs to clean it. So I think Quiet and comfortable showing his face in a servant, that is completely fine. That is a-okay. It's doing fine, still hurts randomly, but fine. Okay. I really like the yeah, just stay off it as much as you can. My work requires me to be on it. But yeah, hair is so weird. And I hate my hair. There is one my super old stream when I played Uncharted. There was one day when I was first learning how to take care of my hair because Nikki taught me. And now I don't have curly hair. My baby hairs say otherwise, but the rest of my hair, like I said, it's mainly wavy. I have a loose wave, sometimes some more defined curls, depending. One time I did bleach my hair when I was dyeing it. My bleached hair somehow formed a perfect curlicue. Just perfect curl with the bleached dried hair. Don't know how that happened. That was crazy. But there was one time my hair looked so nice because it was so well taken care of. It had its like curl waveform to it. Have not been able to do that again. Don't know what's wrong with my hair now. It has a mind of its own. And or sometimes I get mad at my hair because it's not doing what I want it to do. So I stop putting in leave-in conditioner. I stop putting in anything, and I'm just like, nah, I'm gonna dry you out, bitch. This is your payment. You're gonna be mad at me. I'm gonna be mad at you. Yes, dude, I'm so excited for the aquarium for you guys, Kai. I'm so excited to see. I love aquariums so much. I haven't been to an aquarium in a while. That's where my little guy's up top of that. My little otter. It's from one of the aquariums. By me? I say by me, by the beach. I'm not by the beach, but yeah. I know, that's so exciting. I love aquarium. I also do like some of the museums there. My favorite museum in the UK for you, Kai, is the Museum of Stolen Artworks, because that whole museum is just stolen artworks, but it is really cool. Also, I did buy my lucky cat from there, so literally this little lucky cat, that's from that museum. For my 19th birthday? Ooh. Oh, damn. That's gonna be fun going back, because I feel like going once is fun, and then going a second times, you see so much more because you're like, okay, I kind of know where everything is, or like the rough layout. See, Otter. Also, hi, Fire. How are you? That's so cute, Turnip. I love that. It's so cute. I love otters. supposed to be. Otters are so cute. I should really go to aquarium again. It's been a while. I want to go see dinosaurs though. Kai, I'm gonna fly back to the UK, come pick you up, and then we're gonna go look at dinosaurs. I want to look at dinosaurs. And or I'm gonna fly to the UK, pick up Kai and Quiet, and then fly us back to the States and go to DC and go to Smithsonian's there and then see dinosaurs there. And we have two options. There are probably many more museums that have dinosaurs, but those are the only two in my brain at the current moment. Come to Utah? Okay, so we have three options for dinosaurs now. We have three options to go see dinosaurs. Can't say where because it's a local and I love all of my museums, but it's completely free. The exhibit is a history of the city. Oh, I love those. I love a good like city museum. Good, don't dox yourself though. But like I love a good city museum. Bugs. Oh my god, Kai, the worms yesterday, there was more. There was more worms. There was so many fucking worms because my brother had washed something, and I guess in the crevice, because our other side is like pavement, I guess in the crevice is where all the fucking worms were, and they just kept on coming out. I did run one over because I was skating and it was in my way. No remorse after the trauma. But like there was so many. And I said last night, because I had to say without spoilers, because one of our other friends hasn't, like, at least hasn't finished season 1. So doesn't know the catastrophe that's about to happen. But my wife, Jocelyn, I think she's listened to it all. Yeah, she's listened to it all because she's starting to listen to it. I love this song so much. But I was like, okay, spoiler free, just like this is literally just worms, the trauma of it. But I was telling them about it and I was like, and there was this white one because it was clear. And I was like, that freak, that one's a freak. There was a clear one. And that one just incited the trauma of Magnus. Anyways, dinosaurs. It's a place here that's selling off their life like dinosaur statue. They got dinosaur statues? I want one. I don't want one. I don't want one. I don't want a dinosaur statue. I have nowhere to put that shit. We have a place that like is an old bone place. You can get a lot of shark teeth there or rocks, but on the outside of their place, because they're known for dinosaurs, but on the outside they have giant dinosaur statues, and I love them so much. But they're like off of the freeway, so you're driving and it's like, it's a dinosaur place. It's a dinosaur place because it's just got the giant dinosaur statue. Listening to, oh, how far have you gotten in it? Have you liked it so far? The beginning is it's not slow. It starts off as normal case files, which I really do like, just the case files itself. I think when we last were talking about, I think around like 10 to 15 is when then the things start to align. Is when you have the first like instant of like, oh, like let's throw it back to this one that we read. Except sometimes when they say the case files, I'm like, brother in Christ, I have no fucking clue what number that is. She's falling asleep standing up. She's falling asleep standing up. Hey, girly, come here. She's like sitting there, and I saw her eyes go. And she would open them, and then she would go. And then she started like swaying. I just saw her eyes closing. I'm like, Mochi, let me clean your eyes. There we go. 132. I'm on whatever episode 2 of the second season. Did I get stuff on this? I did, apparently. I'll have to clean that later. There's a lot of music. There is, Jordan. There is a lot. Be sick if you come to town. Oh, real as hell. Don't be like me, turd up. Don't be like me. Anyways, I saw the price of how much dinosaurs are. Okay, they're like, yeah, you know, that's fair. I just can't, I just know I've learned my lesson. I cannot say that I want something here. Grifter, but oh wait, I'm literally on Spotify. I'm excited about because like now after the incident of like the end, it's interesting. Oh yeah. I exactly am on that. Yeah. It's interesting seeing like the aftermath of it all. So it's interesting like them getting back into the sorts. Mr. Jonathan Sims though definitely needs some milk and some sleep. Probably Martin too, but I think Martin just needed that in general. Martin's just a little baby boy. Little baby boy. Museum, I know that it's Dinosaur Royal Institute of Natural Science. You know, that makes sense. That's most of the places that I know that have dinosaurs are the big institutes. So we have another list for dinosaurs now. Wrong one. I just minimized OBS. We have more dinosaur locations. Taking note. Just finished Squirm. Oh, I hated that one. Like, it's really good, but I hated that shit.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
After season 1, to a breakneck pace. God damn. Free to meet section 31. She's a cool character. Okay, let me just move that for you, Curly. I really love the voice actors for it. I'm not saying anything because now since we have a new listener, I know I've talked about it multiple times, but now I will shut my ass up and I won't spoil anything. At the end of season 2, I do like that it was not till the end of season, or not end of season 2. At the end of season 1, they did list out all of the voice actors, and it's very cute, but there were 2 voice actors for one character, which was the distinct like voice change that I was talking to you about, Kai, because they had her under one name and then they had another one for the yeah. But it was also really cool just hearing like here's our whole list of cast, because I didn't realize how many people were there. Because you don't hear a lot, because it does just start off of him, but then you have like all the special guests that come in, the different people, and I really like that. Hello, quiet. I love you. I hope you're well. Yeah, I feel bad for Martin. Martin really needs just a vacation. Yes. I didn't realize it was a completely different person, but also I feel like that's a really good casting because it shouldn't feel like a completely different person. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. Because you shouldn't be able to tell, but like you need to be able to tell. It's one of those things of like you need to notice that that's not the same person, but at the same time it needs to be believable that that's that person. To lore on that, I'm very excited for that. I do miss our freak. I do miss our little freak, Mikale. I still don't like his hands though. I still don't like his hands. He could just put those things away. If he just puts those nails, oh my god, imagine if Mikale got like those long acrylic nails with his long fingies. I don't need fan art of that. But I do. Guy giving the account made the right decision, just set the entire building on fire. Honestly, Doc, you're entirely right. That is how you deal with that. I agree. Me when his spider's just like, no, that's the spider's home now. Time to leave. He would slay. Whoever voices, I forget who voices Jonathan Sims. I spelled Magnus Archives wrong. Oh my god, hi Goober, how are you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. Pretty outfit, thank you. I had my pom-pom shirt on because I wanted this vibe today. And then it was kind of cold, so I put on this sweater that I have. It's very cute. Malai, fuck yeah. Also, you guys can't really tell. You can somewhat tell, but I got a new blush and I put it on and it's very nice. But also in real life, there's a little bit too much. Because it's a liquid blush, so you have to like dab it on. That shit's pigmented. That shit's pigmented. So I was like rapidly like blend it out, sweater cardigan thingy. Yes, it's very nice. It's just enough because it was just a little bit chilly because there was a little bit of a wind coming in, but it's supposed to be a little warmer today. So it's very nice. It's simple. It keeps the chill out. Oh, I want to look at this now. Oh, I'm looking at these names, the character names. I don't like Elias.
Looks at you with
I
my
love
big
Marley.
ol'
with my
eyes
big
and
ol'
my
eyes
little
and my
paws.
little paws.
Your little paws. Junior, how are you? I scared my cat doing that. I'm like, even just as like a business person for the archives itself, like even without like deeper lore or anything, he's just kind of like, can he like fuck off? Like even before the shit started going down. I'm well today, Junior. I'm very good. I went out shopping yesterday, got B's birthday gift, got my makeup that I needed because I was literally scraping. I scraped my concealer clean. What else did I do? I bought something else. 2, 3. I bought a lot of hand soap yesterday. Normal things. And I went to the grocery store and popped open my bag. That was sad. I fixed it. Me, you probably used to the cold. Wait, what did you say, bro? It's cold as hell here. You probably used to. Cool, bro. I'm not used to the cold at all. It's only 77 degrees out right now. Hold on, 77 to oh, Aaron. Right, 2. It's 25 Celsius. It's 25 out. And I'm cold. I'm not actually too cold. Right now it's kind of mellowed out. But like, I'm not used to the cold at all, Cooper. Okay, let me catch up on things. Wait, I'm ready. Also, thank you, Turnip. Also, thank you, Kevin, for the 100 biddies for feeling up. Your little pause. I'm trying not to burp. Oh my god. Okay, archives. Oh, yes. Yes, good. We'll be discussing the archives. Doesn't even have any degrees related to archival work. He shouldn't be there. What the fuck is he doing there? Like, archival work is so hard to get into, too. So, like, what the freak? Jonathan Sims, get the fuck out of that job. But also, at this point, it's too late for you, so you're stuck there. Just say hi, Nika. Ooh, cousins at home? Hell yeah. Bye, Cooper. Love you. Have fun time. Hi, Shaylin. I love you. I'm catching up with all the other things. It's too hot for me? That's so funny. That's so funny. Honestly, I won't lie, Kai, because it was cold in my house, so it was probably more like 20. What did I say it was? I think I said it was... So 25? It was probably more like 20 in my house because my house was too cold for the night. Once I go outside, it hits midday and it's probably like 25 to maybe 30, probably not 30. That's too fucking warm. But it's still chilly. How so high, Giraffe? I don't know if I said hi to you. Where'd your stream title is to get our cottage courthouse and it piqued my... I love that, Giraffe. 15, hold on, I gotta see exactly, like, I roughly know what temperature that's gonna be. 15 to 17. That's not bad. I'll take 17 to like... I'll take 17 to like 25. 6 Celsius, which is a... Goober, thank you for spelling American like that, because I appreciate that. That's way too fucking cold. It only gets that cold at night here, possibly. Most of the time at night, it hits like the 50s. And American. I'm goated at archives. You are goated with this sauce, Junior. You'll find out. You'll find out. Yo, see? Yo, see? Sorry, I'm still quoting. Once I do a show, I hold on to that show for a long time. And that show, at least this time that I'm quoting, is Amadeus. I still will quote She Kills. I will hold on to shows that I do for so long. No coat today? AC still on? That's real as hell. You know, that's real as hell. Live on the sea. Oh, that's such a fucking mood. That's me whenever I go see my friend, because my friend's by the sea. And oh my god, it's so much colder by her because she's the fucking sea breeze. Doc says sarcastically. It's okay, you're with us. You have us. I need to do rolls, so I'll be doing those in a second. Fuck off now if I lose my streak. Fuck yeah. The streak important. This time of year? That's crazy. That's so low. Oh my god. Hello, Dion. I know it's you. It should be you. The only reason I know is because your name is white and it literally blends in with it. Yes, it is. I don't know why I second guessed myself. You're the only person with that color name that blends in absolutely perfectly with my light mode. Should I pet the monitor? Oh, real as hell. Look up, Mochi. Yeah, look up. I need to clean your other eye. You didn't let me. Tell to clean up somebody else's trash now? That's disgusting. Here's what to wear because it's cold as fuck, but hot as fuck. Real as hell, Goombert. That's when you wear layers. That's what we have to wear here because unfortunately the morning and the night are super fucking cold, but midday it's fucking scalding hot out. So you can't wear just winter wear. You have to wear layers here. Sawi, don't be Sawi. It's really easy to tell who's here because I'm like, oh, it's Dion. It's the white name. Literally just the actual color. White. It's okay. It's my fault. I'm in light mode because I can't see. Mochi. There we go. No, don't look at the dice. Thing here, because it's warmer during winter because of the water stream that originates the Gulf of Mexico. Interesting. Okay. The Gulf of Mexico. Come here. You're being summoned. She yawned. It is Mochi. Why'd you just get stuck there, girl? She here to sit. 3 or 4 jumper tops because I refuse to get a winter coat. But I slay so hard. You slay so hard. She's so silly. She is. She is very silly. I love her so much. My crypto went up 1 whole cent. I don't do crypto at all, but I'm proud of you, Junior. Okay, let me do some rolls. Where is the beginning of this? I scrolled too much. Okay. First up is Doc. 13, 18, and 16. That's a really high roll. You got a really high roll, Doc. Like all around. But you don't even maybe it's because we rolling. Yes, we are. Show your cat my presentation to give it to her to live with me. She'll watch it. She'll probably get really mad. She's a very spicy cat. She may look loving, but she's the manager of this house. And she's absolutely a fucking Karen. Okay, I'm listening now. Okay. It's bullshit. I'm cold, wet, lightly in pain. No. Maybe it's us. Maybe we're the only ones boosting your mental health. Okay, next up is Nova. 17, 17, and a 5. I think it's just the end of the day, very exhausted, tired, but you're overall doing good. Turn up. 16, 18, and a 6. I want you to know the metal dice has been bouncing. That's been crazy. You're doing great, Turn Up. And we have farm today. I am excited to do community farm again, so I'm excited. Next up is Kai. Oh yeah, that sounds about right. 7 probably because of physical health. But you have a 13 and a nat 20 because you know what's happening next week. Did you sit yourself down, Kai? You sat yourself down to listen to these rolls. Next up is Quiet. 17, 11, and 14. A little tired from work, just a little bit, ever so slightly. The rest of it's really fucking good because you know what's happening next week. sat listening. You were. You said, okay, can you sit here? Okay, Goober. If Goober here, 12, 8, and 13. Goober is doing really good. Tired, a little bit eepy, but still good. Next up, Junior. This sounds about right. 3, 6, and a 4 because you can't stay with us. You never can stay with us. Shit, right? No, you rolled really high. You had one lowish roll, but overall was really good. Junior, you gotta come back to us. You gotta tell work, hey, so I need my entire shift cover every single day to watch the stream. You can never say you can never stay. Do genuinely actually miss you being here, but I'm also very happy. It's so nice getting to see you for like your lunchtime, and then it's like, okay, go be productive, go do your thing. Meeting they said something like everyone should have a goal. Looked at my coworker, said my goal is to blow my shit schmoo off. We chuckled at the end of the meeting with telling us about our mental health suicide support. Damn, they clocked you so fast, Doc. Shit, hi, because I got my family here. Fuck yeah. Fuck no to the first part. But the second one, very good. Very good. Very good for that one. Lost in Paradise is about to end, but I'm gonna skip it. Oh, Shady. I miss my wife. I miss my wife, Tails. Oh, I was gonna look at the pictures of the Magnus Archives people. They're popping up with just the characters. This one's very cute. Ugh, I don't like that somebody drew worms. Okay, well, don't hit that, girly. She just straight up punched the monitor. She just went tonk. Elias is just such a bitch. Oh my god, Tim. Tim is nice. We do like Tim. I mean, at least right now, Tim's just some guy, really. Everything working here, but it's fucking stupid because there's no reason to have it broken in the first place. Oh, that's real as hell. Real as hell turnip. It's always like that. Good to be here to start our streams at least. Yeah, you get to at least yap with us. You get to update us about anything. We get to update you. So it's a good time that you get to join. So it's okay. It's really no big deal. But it's just very nice hearing from you every time. I'm just like, yes, how's our little Junior doing today? I miss my kind nails. I miss my eye. The elusive man? Oh, you're so right. The stupid ass bitch ass hoe from that game. Killing. Dish one. The fucking cover for this is so funny. There we go. I'm sorry, Tim. Tim is really like Mochi, don't knock that over. Like, I don't know. I love all these characters, but at the same time, Kai, they're just some random people. Like, they don't even feel like they work there. Tim's just some dude. Oh, this is really cute. They drew out. Oh my god, this is like all of season 1 stuff. Except for the vase. They drew out the archives and like the room for it. Then they drew out the 4th bag. They drew out the apple. The lovely little apple, you know, lovely gift of the doll. Oh my god. Yeah, the first box. Oh, that was a fucked up one. But that's what he get. That man should have just been patient. Wish I could tell you about Tim, but you won't get to it like episode 8. At least I'm closer to that now. I'm about halfway through. About like halfway through to get to that. So like, yippee. Me on a big boy business trip next week? Ooh, that's exciting, Junior. Safe travels to you. That should be really fun, though. Oh, that's really cool seeing some of the stuff drawn out. They have 2 of the books drawn out, too. That's so cute. If you really want to hear, nah, I'll wait. I'll probably get through it. When I've been cleaning my room, I've been listening to it because I also have a speaker on my computer now, and that's been really nice. So I've been able to listen to more. Elias is just such a, like, what do you do for the fucking company? Like, even before all the spooky stuff and whatever he has to actually do with, like, what the fuck do you do? What do you do? Do you just sit there and drink your fucking coffee? Like, stop being so annoying. Stop complaining to my little Jonathan Sim, okay? This didn't take me to the sticker I wanted. Bitch, and I hate him and his replacement. That's fair. Ooh, that's a really pretty picture. Oh, that's really pretty. I'm gonna send this to you, Kai. It has to do with the me losing my shit because if I see that goddamn eye one more time, I shouldn't be looking at fan art. And by that, I shouldn't be looking at. I'm literally streaming right now, but it's okay. Oh my god, the way they drew Mikale in this one is so funny. They gave him the luscious hair. Elias is just so annoying. Every time he's coming to complain to him about like, oh, the one time that he complained in literally nothing to do with too much about like story and whatnot, but he's just like, why do we name the case files like this? Like, what if we get two cases on the same day? Like, stop fucking complaining, bitch. Are you the one doing this? You reread and go through all of these things, okay? You do it. You do it, bitch. If you're gonna complain, you do it. Okay, I like the way the people are drawing Michael. He's adorable. But yeah, he's just a little bitch. One of my favorite characters is King. We're going through an interesting development with her. Ooh, I love that. There's some people that I see like character art wise that are being drawn out. I'm like, ooh, okay, they seem really cool. I'm excited for that. And then I see Elias and I'm like, that fucker. Oh, the Ghost Hunters one. Okay. That was a crazy case file. Because it's so surreal when they're just like, oh yeah, this YouTube channel, this broadcast. I'm like, this is weird. Normal thing is getting put into this. She, you know, when I always say this, even in real life, trust your instincts. She kind of knew something was wrong there. So it fucks me up, dude. Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah. It's a very surreal thing. Okay, I was looking up Jonathan Sims' voice actor. That's actually what I was looking for. Oh my god. Wait, that's somebody? No, that's... That's an 18. Damn, so it goes for a while. That's good, though. You got it. Literally just Sims' name. It is most literally his name. But he also had to do with another game that I like. Oh, Dead Man, there we go. I love that it is just his name. That is very funny. I want to see this, though. I guess I should... Yeah, he had other roles in Slay the Princess. That's the one that popped up that I'm like, oh, no way. That's actually really cool. Where was I on? Daylist is what I was on. Okay. Quick agenda for today, since it's slowly coming up. We're still gonna yap. We're playing Community Farm today. I think I might message Car. She's probably still asleep. I don't expect Car to show up right away. I should have messaged her last night. Today Wednesday? She does the not karaoke, trivia nights. So I don't know what time trivia nights go to. He farm. No lie, I'm stressed about opening up this goddamn farm because I was still in the middle of redesigning my house. So I'm like, oh my god. Lady Dom channel points menu? Yes. Also, quiet, a note for you. I was watching Warhammer stuff. And then I complained to my friends because why can't we have the sisters? Because they're really fucking cool. So I'm mad about that because, oh my god, they're really fucking cool. We were watching the show. I don't know what, about to ruin. Hold on, let me look up. Stairs. Yeah, because my friend who loves Warhammer. Show? Not that show. I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what we were watching. You eat. Oh my god, yes. How do I? Okay, cool. If I just typed in you and English, it brought it up. That's all I needed. Well, the sister battle, dude. The sister battles are really fucking good. They're really cool. Sister battle. Almost said battle. I almost had a stroke saying battle. It was this. I'm trying to think of what we were watching. Ah, to more lore? Yeah, we were watching. I think I missed like one or two that they were watching, but then when I joined in, it was on a couple of things that were happening. Because it was a little poison looking men, but then also it was dealing with the Sister of Battle. That girly fucking badass. Love her. I love the nails. Oh my god, this is Call of Duty? I didn't even look at the title of it till right now. Those fuckers on this cover are disgusting. Those stinky boys? I hate them. Honestly, love women. Women. Dude, we were 2 hours on that Black Ops map. And it got past like midnight and I was losing it. Jordy literally said at one point, we're losing her. Cause I was quoting a meme, but I couldn't remember all the meme of it. So then it was just me in a corner, just going, I've never been to, I've never been to, that was what I was doing. Because we said something and it was so close to, what is that fucking meme of, I've never been to Uvu. Have you ever taken an Uber? I've never been to Uvu. Yeah, I was just quoting that, but I was quoting it so broken up because I couldn't remember it in my brain. But then I was just me giggling in a corner, making gibberish noise. But also, I was Hellboy. Bro. I love Deltarune. I was watching Hellboy yesterday. One, that movie's so quiet. I've never been to Uvu, do I ever? Been to. It was so funny. I just couldn't remember the whole thing. But I wasn't, they were off there talking about something, like just the next steps of what we needed to do and whatnot. And it's just me. And I've never been to, that's, I was losing it. Melania's design? Frick yeah. Okay, yeah, she looks really cool. I've been seeing like her little face on like the character sheets and whatnot. I love you. I'm terrified for where the story is going to go. Oh no, not to Deltarune. She looks really cool. Like what she actually looks like. Because I love having a face to a name. I love that. Oh, also don't worry about it. Don't worry about the fan art that you said. Don't worry about it. I just really love how it's the statement begins with the recorder. I think that's such a cute little note of it, of that whole design and whatnot. The rest of it, I could care less. I also like the little notes of like all the different parts of the stories that have happened on like the little sides. It's just such a cool, really design. I just really like the statement begins. That's really cute. Really, the statement begins. That's where my eyes locked in. Like that's nice. I like that. Where you are? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Speaking of character sheets, I have the standard array set up. If you want me to send them to you, yeah, sure. I'm really contemplating who to be because I don't know. I did have a silly little thing in my head of making a rogue or a bard character because you guys have already started your story and whatnot, so it'd be really funny that I just come in at a random point, you just pick up a random thief or a bard. I don't know. So I still don't know what I want to do. Did I write it down in here? I did. I was like, I wrote down my ideas in one of my journals. Oh, why did that song end so abruptly? Halloween ideas. Normal TikTok. Oh, okay. Christmas. Okay, D&D characters. Whatever, new, right? That was half English. I hope you understood what I said there. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Hold a minute. How do I spell rogue? I should know this. I love her. I'm just so attached to druids. But I like, oh, a sorcerer. That's what. That's not how you spell sorcerer. I just put sorcerer. I missed the middle section of that. I don't know what to do. I think I just need to focus on what I want to make and then just do that. I'm so excited. I really do want to listen to more Magnus. It does suck that I'm not at work as much anymore because that's where I was listening to a big chunk of them. So now I just need to make sure I make time to listen to them. I'm not okay. I'm scrolling through Magnus right now just to see when. Okay. I saw a weird one in there. Okay, so 80 is the end of the season. Okay. That's not a bad chunk. That's a good 40 episode season. Okay, I like that. We'll miss you, Junior. I'll miss you. Please take care. Take care, Junior. We will miss you. I cannot wait to farm. You were entirely correct. You can read my handwriting? I read it last time. I won't lie. There was one thing. Oh, bless your soul. You did all of it. You did like, oh my god, you did all of the like, oh my god. You just didn't even do one. See, like, how do you get each stat? Like, how do you make these? How do you make these? But also, thank you. When you sent me the last one, it was so funny because there was a point that I was writing, because I wrote it down on my iPad and like translated it and just wrote it down in my nicer form so I could fill out other stuff. And I sent it to Mr. TM, and he was just like, "What does this say?" And I looked over. I was like, "I don't fucking know," because I sent him what you said. It was so funny. We're like, "I think it's this." It's like, good enough. Episode season 2. Episode 80. 3 is 120. It's flat 200 ending of the whole series. That's crazy. That's really good. A good 5-season like podcast story is crazy. That's really good. I'm excited. I have a lot of content. I don't know what I'm going to do after this though. Because like I don't really listen to podcasts, especially podcast stories, like horror stories like this, but now I'm so invested. I'm like, wow, actually I kind of like these. So I'm going to, I think Jordy and Jocelyn have recommendations. And I'm sure you have recommendations because now, yeah, there's Magnus Protocol. I've heard from both of you guys though that it's not that it's bad, but it's just like after Magnus Archives. I feel like nothing will live up to that, which is not just like that always happens with series where the first one's so good and then you get to the second, it's like, oh, okay. Okay. It's ongoing right now. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. I'm just like, this is so interesting because I've never been into like these types of, sorry, the Alan started coming out. Okay. I still don't know where my Alan sticker is. But I've never really been invested in these things. So now I'm just like, oh no, I like this. Now I need to find more to listen to. Now I need more. Okay. Standard array, you have 6 numbers, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, and 8. Oh, you can now place those numbers into the ability you want to for each class, and the ability layout will be different. She started moving the blinds. Like rogues, you should focus on dex and constitution. Strength should be dumped, while for fighter, barbarian should focus on strength. Okay, so you're taking those numbers and you're basically putting them into whatever. Those are your stat numbers, and then you have to put one in each one. Okay. Also, welcome to Night Vale, which came around the same time as Magnus. It's a radio show horror with the whole town. Ooh, interesting. I would like something like we need to play it. It's one of the big games that I do want to play, but Control, because Control reminds me, it does give me a reminiscence of Magnus Archives. They're not case files, but they hold all these things in there, essentially. But I would like something like that. That'd be really cool. Or like Alan Wake. I don't know. I like those types of things. The weather sections. Oh, that's cute. Oh, so it's a whole. Okay. I'll have to check that one out. Ooh. All of us giving the recommendations out. Because I do like these things. And it's like, especially the beginning of Magnus, it's just very like you're just listening to case files and then just seeing it slowly expand into like their day-to-day life and like outside things and things are connecting is really cool. You gotta finish Magnus, and by that you gotta finish it with quiet. Oh my god, you like did them all on there. That's interesting seeing that most of them all have strength low. Because I never. Okay. Okay, cool. That's what. Let me go back to Kev's message. Yeah, okay. That's what Kev's message when he said standard array for stats and then gave me the numbers, and I had no clue what the fuck that meant. It's like, sir, I don't know what this information you just gave me is. Didn't pick a strength, but no, I did not. So it's just very funny seeing it because I'm like, it's not for me. It's Miku and Teto. That's not how you spell shake. My finger was not on H, it was on G. So that was. Why is jump in line popping up when I type in shake shake? Oh. Okay, cool, it brought me. I love Miko. Glad I get to be a big barbarian. Beating shit up with my big paws. Yeah, instead of your little paws, it's your big paws. 2014, your race gave you a bonus certain ability. Your background that does that. Oh, interesting. I mean, okay. Same, but different. They just moved it. I've not listened to this one, but I'm like, it tickles my brain. Oh yeah, that's what, I don't know how to say it. Hey Tail? Bellos is playing it right now. But that's what my friends are opening up a server on that I had no fucking clue. All my friends said was, hey, do you want to play this game? We're opening up a server and whatnot. I'm like, oh yeah, sure, I'd be down because I'm always down to join a server. And then I immediately paired it up with, what the fuck is this? And he was like, oh, okay, let me explain. Cat with little paws, yes. You little cat with little paws. You're a little guy. You're just a little guy. I am debating what to make. I at least have the stats so I can put them in different things. Like, I have options. I do really want to be an elf. I do really want to be an elf. So now I gotta decide, I almost opened up unpacking because I'm just here yapping and I was like, oh, let me just do this because I'm just yapping with my friends. No, I'm streaming. We're playing Stardew. That was a crazy. First time being a marshal, but I love playing cleric. Barbarian is fun as hell. I'm glad you're enjoying barbarian. The Bexy. To be a cat. I need to talk to Mr. DM because I want that cat squad. One shot cat squad. I love being human. Honestly, I love that you're just some dude, Doc. I love that so much. Oh. 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 Is this by... Oh my god, I was like, wait, I know this artist because I know his voice. It's a stupid Wotakoi song. I queued it up. Barbarian and the campaign I'm playing right now. I love being a strong idiot. Honestly, so not even D&D related, but in Deadlock, I play a lot of squishy characters. But unfortunately, I have such a mentality of a tank that I want to go in and fight, but I never have that much health. That I really should consider playing tankier characters. Unfortunately, I like being a cowboy. Or a vampire. So I do see Pretty Lady. I'm like, oh, Pretty Lady. And we should hop in voice chat. Yes, I am about to open up the game and switch over. So it's time to farm, farmers. Also, hi, Steve. Look like you're gonna sit in front of a fireplace and read a good book. That cute swear. Why, thank you. I'm gonna sit in front of my computer and play a cozy little game. That's what I'm gonna do. I need to change everything first, though. Oh my god. Star. Oh, that's just Dave. I like that image, though, dog. That's so funny. Just like, oh, that's just Dave. Don't worry about him. He rocks a god with an axe. Fuck yeah, as Dave should. A character might start worshipping by accident. Damn, not the by accident, but I like that. Mage tank is best tank. That could be sorcerer. Sorcerer. I'm gonna open up the game and then I'll hop into the voice chat because I'm just gonna open it up and then when people start joining, I will get that all good and going. Oh my god, I can't reach my Steam Deck. I can't reach it. My cat and mic is in the way. I clicked you. Oh, let me give that and we'll do that. Let me open this up. But yeah, I need to figure out. It's just like you make, oh, you have a great axe. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. The game hadn't fully like opened yet and I just saw the of everybody joining the Discord. That was so funny to actually see. Oops, sorry. Race or anything? Because I didn't know if you wanted me to do that. No, that's fair. I think for sure I know what race I'm gonna be because I would like to be an elf. You guys don't have an elf, and unfortunately I love elves. And you have a good amount of tieflings. And that doesn't mean shit. I'm just like, let's fucking be an elf. Let's be a high elf. I'm gonna host this. Let's fucking be a high elf. Okay. I love this guy's voice. I might put on a playlist from YouTube, so we'll see. And then I pause it. But yeah, I really need to pick what I want to do. She's so round. You're so round, ma'am. I love you. Okay, let me go to Discord. Don't look at my pockets, okay? They're a little messy. We're gonna turn this down more so it's really in the background. Who woke up in my house? Oh my god. Oh, everybody did. We were all watching me build. I forgot.
Hello.
Oh my god, you're on top of each other.
Hey.
Whoa.
Oh,
Hello.
amalgamation.
You are
I'm covering you, Kai.
Oh, whatever. Let me
My
just
big
take you.
fluffy tail.
I really just want to put you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What if I put you from the?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Oh no, I need to
Hello.
move you. You're facing the wall.
Hello. And I
Oh,
forgot I
you
had
teleported.
my lucky purple shorts.
It's wall
Oh
time.
my god, what if
I
I
teleported.
teleportation?
Good morning, love you.
I love you.
Man.
Thank
Meowdy howdy.
you.
Oh,
Oh,
I
just a
can't
little guy on a little lap.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just a little guy.
Okay,
just
there
a
we
little
go.
guy with little
Perfect.
paws.
Just a little guy with little paws. Oh, I forgot about the Christmas tree
Yeah.
there. Okay.
Little
Oh
guy,
god, I have a
little
child.
guy.
What?
You can look at.
I was just like, what the hell you just say? Oh my god. My house looks cute though.
There we go. Quiet, if you come to the house, I put the lucky purple shorts in the
Oh my god, I need to see this.
Purple shorts.
in
Oh my
the
god,
thing.
what am I doing?
Hey,
Yeah, high elf? Who is high on drugs all the time? So for realsies without one fire.
that would be amazing.
Yeah, I don't know what to
Now, what do I do
plant.
with all this free space in my house?
You have space?
Wow, wow, wow.
Well, yeah, I went and upgraded the house and everything, and now I have all these empty rooms.
Oh, you got more
Mhm.
upgrades. Is her stuff done? No.
Oh yeah, I forgot I sold all my shit. Now I can go and afford to actually upgrade my house fully.
Frick yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need somebody to be inside my house.
I'm in the house. I'm in the house.
Are you in the house?
Ready
Yeah,
for
I'm staring at
action.
the board.
Okay.
I'm mesmerized by a floating
So I'm
parrot.
gonna need you.
Oh, my trees
So
are
I'm gonna
almost.
need you
Don't
to
eat the
move some
truffle.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Eat the truffle.
I didn't. I put it in the cook.
Ow.
Ow.
Ooh. Kai, before you do anything with the house.
Yeah.
Meow, 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 meow.
Check,
Bing
What's up?
bang.
Discord.
Boom.
I did not
Oh.
hear a single word you said, Quiet. I'm so sorry. You are gonna have to speak up.
Check Discord.
I liked how you did like a breath in.
You-
You were
Yeah.
prepping it.
What did you do? What did you do? You got it!
Yep.
You got it!
Mm-hmm.
What did you get? Wait, now I want to know.
Ah.
Gift
You gotta
giving.
suck at English.
Quiet,
Mm.
I'm gonna fight you.
Bite his ankles.
Quiet, what if I fight you?
What if you use English to tell us what you're talking about?
Bite his ankles.
Yes.
5.
And then quiet. Can you go to the kitchen and then move the Junimo and the plant above the Junimo? The kitchen, you're going there you go.
What's this, bitch?
So I can see him.
Oh,
so I can
so
see what he's
funny.
going through.
Don't eat the strawberry.
Strawberry.
Bye, baby.
And then what else do you want? The plant, yeah.
The plants.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't eat the cranberry.
Oh.
There we go. And now I'm poor again.
Wahoo! We're
No, it's
poor.
34 prismatic shards, maybe.
Huh? What?
I've got enough prismatic shards.
I sold a bunch to be able to afford this.
There's still 34 in
And
there.
also I'm also saving those so that I can enchant all of my items.
That's a good idea, too.
Enchantamante. Don't listen to me.
The biggest problem is not the prismatic shards at that point, though. It's the stupid little... the crystals. whatever they're called.
Honestly, the cinder shards aren't that much of an issue. You just got to go through you've just got to go through the
so
volcano
much
dungeon a few
grime.
times.
A few.
Yeah, well, that's why you got to go get the slime charmer ring.
Yeah, that would probably help.
Yeah,
so many
you get the
things
slime
going
charmer
on.
ring, so you're immune to slimes. They can't hit you, and then you're fine. As long as you have a good source of food, then you're all good.
A good source of food.
Okay,
Oh, did I have this?
what I can do.
Oh, yeah, because the little blazes are still gonna hit you, but the tiger slimes can't.
I hate those goddamn tiger slimes.
Yeah, that's why you gotta get the ring.
You're so right.
So what is my skills?
Where should my kid go?
Okay.
Stop wandering.
Hello.
Ah, oh, that's one burn.
He's a wanderer.
No, that's one burn.
God, oh my god. Okay.
No, that's one burn.
Oh, your god.
Is this what it's in?
Sorry,
Need
didn't mean
one
to ask you.
more.
Which button is it again?
Why?
Why? Haha.
Why? I don't know, because.
I got a mossy seed.
Moss.
Hell yeah. Hello. Goodbye.
Hi, goodbye.
Mm-mm-mm.
Hello.
Hello.
What am I doing left?
Once you've finished decorating,
Within.
so I'm gonna need to steal it back purely so I now have 2 giant rooms to decorate.
Okay. Okay.
I gotta figure out what the fuck to do with these rooms now.
No, that's real as hell.
Oh, dang it, that's not a fish.
Why is this bunny so strong? Okay, sure.
I don't
Big
know.
bunny.
Because raisin?
Oh, sorry, Mochi. I didn't mean to boop your little snoot.
Oh.
Boop the snoop.
Aw, little
Snoop
Snoop
baby.
the boop.
Boop. I have another one. I don't like my child. She scares me.
I'm not a fan of your
Like,
child.
either with that attitude.
You're back.
Damn, shots fired.
Shots
Sorry, that was mean.
fucking fired. Oh my god, how many do I need?
Someone just got burned.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Not
I
for
know you
me.
too. No, come back here. Okay,
Ow.
move that.
Okay, I can harvest the bok choy, but I'm not going to because I went and spent all my time at making houses.
Yeah, that's real as hell.
And so I'm just gonna leave those crops till tomorrow.
Why? Oh, this looks ugly.
Me too, buddy.
I hate how my room looks.
Ooh, I should get some cake in a minute.
Cake?
Yes, coffee cake.
Ooh.
Wait, do you want to make the 6-tiered chocolate coffee cake from the Stardew cookbook
I think
together?
I'm gonna get like I'm more than happy to, but I have so much anxiety about trying to make it 3 layers.
You could do it.
It's
So
not
much cake.
6 layers. It's 6 layers, Quiet.
Oh.
It's okay. It's not hard.
It's
I haven't done a cake.
3 layers, but with 2 like things. It's basically 3 2-tiered cakes laid on top of each other.
Can this kid go to fucking bed?
Can we just stick with the cookies? I think I'll
No.
get too anxiety about the cake.
Yeah, I was kidding, Quiet. I don't think there's enough room in that accommodation to be able to bake that many
There's not,
cakes.
no.
That would take us like 2 days to bake.
Hi.
Yeah, well.
Whoa.
Is my kid in bed?
No.
It's just like gone.
Disappeared.
Need lamp.
Does anybody
really-
have feet?
Beets?
What do they look like? Yeah. I think I need 6 feet.
They're red.
10 feet.
That sounds really stupid. My brain
Oh,
just
are
like
you
the
doing the quest to get the club card?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the hell beats
I
look
can see.
Mm.
I can see if I have some. You can. I believe they're one of the recipes. Well, one of the crops you can buy from Sandy.
Can I
That sounds familiar.
But I have not grown any beets. I'm sorry.
magic.
Oh, wow.
You know, if we had space, I would place a barn. I mean, to be fair, we probably do have the space, but then I would have to like move everything, and I don't think I can. And if I do that, that's gonna be a winter job, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
The amount of times I've rearranged my farm.
Real
I
as
moved your
Yeah.
house on my farm like 10 times.
that's fair. But no, because I'm thinking of placing like a little barn somewhere so that I can have cows.
barn.
Purely cows. I don't want anything else. I just want cows to make cheese, so then I can use the cheese for food.
Barn. My husband's gonna block me. My
You
husband's
just
gonna
said
block me.
mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Barn. Cake dowels.
Quiet. We already
True.
have mayonnaise.
Cake
That's made from
dowels.
that's made from eggs.
Yeah.
Do you know how mayonnaise is made?
Is
Eggs and milk.
mayonnaise an instrument?
Mhm.
Sorry.
I meant in this game.
Oh,
You just
okay.
put eggs in the machine and then it turns it into mayonnaise. Also, quiet. It is 10:40 p.m.
Oh,
I
God,
don't know
it's
where
so
you are,
late.
but it is.
I was fishing.
Tablet.
Silly.
What is this
Oh, wow.
one? Paintings? Wallflower pal. Very nice.
Actually,
Very
a whole tub
nice.
of mayonnaise.
Made mayonnaise? Fuck yeah. Good.
Mayo de noche.
Mayo de noche. I need to make
Mhm.
my room a
Mayonnaise
more
on an
whimsy
escalator.
color.
Going upstairs, so
So see you later.
Shaylin, I should give you the recipe for the 6-tiered chocolate coffee cake from the Stardew cookbook.
I can give it to her. I have the cookbook. Elegant.
You have the cookbook? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
yeah.
Shaylin would
She
slay
would
that
enjoy
recipe.
it. She would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Take that out.
Ah,
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe in you, Quiet. I believe in you.
yay!
Oh, I should go to bed.
Mhm.
I'm right by my bed.
Yes,
Nah,
silly.
who needs bed?
Who needs bed?
Who
Me?
needs to
No.
sleep?
Who needs
Mm-mm.
sleep?
Yeah, no, we're gonna try and make the cookies from the recipe. Oh,
Yeah.
some point.
They sued them. Who won? I want
Yeah,
to change the
well,
playlist.
Oh, wow.
Let me do that. Bing.
Bing bong.
Well,
Go here. Oh,
yeah, no,
Okay.
Quiet. See how long this room is now? I need to figure out what the fuck to do with it.
It's so long.
Yeah, I can give you your
fuck
own
you,
little nook if you like.
Spectrum.
No,
You can have your own
I'm...
little nook here. Yeah, but I was gonna move the bed up to here or something.
Oh, okay. If you're moving the bed there, yeah, I'll have my bed here, yeah.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah.
but yeah.
In my little corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab some cakes. I'm gonna go stay in bed. Ah, wow.
That's
Back in a
good.
minute.
Can you actually get the? Okay, never mind.
Wait, no, it's okay. I'm out.
No.
I'm in the call. I'm out now.
I'm out of the house.
I'm out.
I'm out of the house now. I'm not
Okay.
in the house, Quiet.
I'll go stare at the books. Back in a
Go
minute.
get your
Ah,
fucking
wow.
cake.
This is like intense thinking that I have to do about placements of things.
Thinking?
That's a horrible place to put a
Yeah,
rug.
God,
You
that's
should
so
never
fucking
put it by
annoying.
a fireplace. But I could.
Yeah, but things don't get set on fire here.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
No, I want to put on the thingy. Oh, I forgot to have frogs.
No.
Yeah, that's what the game said. The game said no. Just gonna put a dangerous crystal on the floor and hope my child doesn't touch it.
Hell yeah.
I want this painting. Oh, there's
I need
that.
to go check the traveling cart to see if she has any more catalogs today. Cause there's two more I think that we can get from her, which is the Joja catalog and the Junimo catalog. And the Junimo catalog is the one I want.
Junimo.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to sell 1 million items to get it, but that's okay.
million. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's really freaking expensive. It's like 150k or
Take
something
that
like
one.
that.
Put that one away. That one stays. This one stays. That one stays.
What do
The
you
last
have?
one, though, it's your turn to buy the next one.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that's good because she doesn't have anything anyway. So
All good.
That's my normal catalog. Okay.
yeah, it's
In the fridge space.
and you know it's on a
Somebody else's
rotation.
kitchen. It's okay, Shaylin. We bake it, we take pictures of it, and then we both eat it all in one day. And then it will fit in the fridge because there will be nothing left. There will be nothing left. Do 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 do.
You know, I just need to give I need to give out some of the recipes for that because there are some people who I know that would absolutely slay those recipes.
Yes.
Like I have a friend and she loves making soup, and there's like at least 3 or 4 different soups in that book.
LA?
Walscone. Get Walscone,
Wall
bitches.
scones.
Why can't it go in the middle? Oh, I hate the Walscone
Don't
so
know.
much.
Because Raven,
Mhm.
for sure.
Because this game hates me.
Mhm.
That's okay. We love you, though.
But I need a place
Yeah.
of
Some of us more than others.
Walscone. I need a Walscone, and then I can't put this. I guess that fits in the middle.
Should try a sconce instead. They're more effective.
Yeah.
Walscone. Walscone.
Sconce, goddammit.
Walscone. Walscone. Give me back my clothes. Walscone. Division exactly, Shaylin.
Close enough.
Exactly.
No, I want scones. This is bullshit.
Close enough. Welcome back, Walscone.
Aw.
Mhm.
Don't worry about it. Don't you
I
worry
need that reminds me. I need to
about it.
actually upgrade my tools to iridium. I just have a gold axe and I'm just chilling with it.
Put the little bear in the kitchen. I'm gonna take him away. The bear will live. Don't worry. The bear's just gonna get relocated. I can't turn the bear. Bear?
Don't rotate me.
Bear's in the kids' room now. Doo -doo.
Bear.
Bear.
Instead, Ellie and the child. I'm scared. They're plotting against me.
Look, he just likes to
plotting.
stare, okay? You know him.
Yeah, but could they stare at something else? Could they not stare into my
No.
soul?
Yeah. I mean, what?
I'll take 2 of those.
You know what?
I'll take 1 of those.
I have enough time to get to Clint. I can upgrade my pickaxe to a gold pickaxe, to an iridium
I like that
pickaxe.
so much better. What I put? I put the but.
I only just have enough money, but that's okay.
What the fuck was I just saying?
Nah.
Yeah, well, I did just spend 300,000 of my money.
Preaching to the
Fuck
wrong choir, kid.
yeah. Spend thy money.
Upgrade
As I just pick up my iridium axe and run.
Mm-hmm. Now I gotta go and get to it up here.
I really like this rug.
Oh, wow.
Ah, wow, 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 wow,
Wow, wow, wow.
Window.
Ooh, Windows.
Well,
Window.
Uh,
Window.
Ow.
Window. Has anybody seen this silly little man? Oh, I have a wall scone there. With his company
Pen?
salt. Company salt.
No.
Oh my god,
No.
he's so funny. Company salt. So that's just stuck in my head. Company salt.
Mm.
Do I have enough room in my pockets?
plant deep seeds.
Excuse me.
Company salt. Wish I had 2,000 monies. I'd rent out a place and bring you all here. I'll cry. I'll cry. Have you ever thought about I'll cry?
Doc, I would need to buy a passport first, but I would take you up on that. In an instant. I would gladly stay with you guys.
That'd be fun.
That would be
Bro,
D&D in
that's like-
person.
That's 3,000 combat
God.
patrols.
I'm gonna...
Did you do the maths?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Silly.
the best
Math.
math.
Fuck.
You know, Quiet, I keep forgetting that you actually do have a house in this game.
Yeah, it's just there.
Well, yeah, because you're living with me now. You don't
Yeah.
get a choice in this.
No, I'm staying.
You don't got a choice. Oh, that's the
Mhm.
wizard
It's
one.
just there,
What's the
nothing.
wizard window look like? Does there a wizard window? Book.
Oh, my friend now.
Wizard study.
Having
Me.
some tacos later.
We're having some tacos later. I love that
Ah.
stupid little thing.
I
Having
love the
some
death of the
tacos
slime's
later.
death. Sounds like a wet fart.
Yay!
Don't ask what I just did. I'm losing my mind.
I want to ask.
Crystal ball. Get the ball, get the ball, get the ball. Witch's broom. Me need. We're making a witch's house here.
Also, if you get the cauldron, you can turn the cauldron on, and it puts out a bunch of green smoke.
I love that.
It's really fun.
It's like your own
It's
personal
really
smoke
fun.
machine.
Oh, that's a great place to put a clock. Let's put a clock over there.
Oh, I regret having that
I
cake.
kind of
Yeah.
hate this
Great
photo.
place to put a clock.
I sure hope I'm not. I sure hope it is. I sure hope it does. Where can I put the broom? Where can I put the
Shit.
the broom? Broom right there. Oh, I had a rug.
Rocks.
Rockin' stone.
I sent my hoe to get upgraded, and
Oh, monies I can
then
pay
I
for
try
your
to plant things.
There's 1,000 monies you can
Good-
pay for
good
the
timing.
passport. Passaporte. Ooh, put ruined in the middle, and then put other window. Delicious.
Window to the wall.
Where is this better?
Oh my god. That scared the shit out of me. Someone was ringing me in the game.
Oh,
Oh, I hate that.
I got fucking
Usually
scam
spam, too.
called in the game.
Not the fucking
Damn,
scam call.
So stupid.
They're-
Yeah, it said I got called in a language that I couldn't understand.
oh.
They're
They're trying to
fucking
sell me something. I'm like,
Got your
damn.
ass.
Yeah.
They're finding you IRL and in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I'll take one more just in case. We could have D&D IRL. I don't know why I said IRL like that. IRL.
You know, like normal people with real life local friends.
I know, what a crazy thought. Okay, I'm gonna
Nah.
start selling things in
Nah.
my pocket that I do not need. Because
Wait,
holy shit, it's
if
getting
that-
out of control.
If Doc has all that money, Doc, can you take me to Walmart?
Walmart!
I need groceries.
I want
Buy me some
groceries.
eggs.
I want the experience of Walmart.
Okay. We gotta put this
Why is
mermaid
that?
back up.
I'm looking at what's in the Junimo freaking catalog, and why is it everything I want?
Real as hell.
Yeah, it's me.
Grizzle, my dizzle.
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah, that.
magazine? Or...
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, my back.
Better.
I'm just gonna have to
Ah,
collapse into a puddle of goo, I guess.
I need more plants everywhere. This is unacceptable. We need more. My house is gonna be so hard to traverse. Drive.
Travers.
Okay, some of these have to go outside. All my experience has to be at 3 a.m. Oh my god. Yes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
3 a.m. Walmart is where it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got too much.
Not the cry. Okay, so we're gonna need one there, and we're gonna need one extra one too, so that's just gonna, in the meantime, sit there. Then I have another extra.
Oh, it's a ladder. Oh, lovely. Oh shit, 11 p.m.
Dandelion.
It's a dandelion.
The last one of the season.
Stealing from Gar.
They can do it proper, I just can't be asked.
When you
Real
did
as
that
hell.
with no filter on, oh my god, I could not stop like laughing.
You're hitting the sack. No.
Not the same.
Yeah. Can't believe you're hitting the
Yes.
sack. What did the sack do to you?
I need a special little plant that Kai gave me. I need to put it somewhere. I need another
Why is
table.
my keyboard not working?
Oh,
Oh.
the plant that I got from chopping down a tree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is the most available house.
Don't get lost.
Oh, okay, I found it.
Don't tell that.
Don't get lost.
Just me in the supermarket. Where am I?
Where am I? I'm trying to
Just
buy
Mom, where
clothes
are you?
at the soup store.
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Why?
The soup store. I want to put this cauldron somewhere, but I don't have. I have a good place. Turn it on. Turn it on, please. Oh. I'm going to bed. I turned the cauldron on though. It's gonna be cooking overnight.
Yay, it's fine.
Yeah.
My room is so well lit now.
Cauldron? I didn't even know there was a cauldron.
The wizard catalog.
Oh, right. Well, you're welcome.
Yeah. 3 a.m. Walmart with 4 a.m. Waffle House. I've actually never been to Waffle House. And that's atrocious
It's
because
pretty
I
good.
love
Waffle
waffles.
House.
Pretty decent.
Yeah. That's
For
what
the
I've
people
heard.
watching than the actual food.
No, that's real as hell. It's one of those things of like, same with Cane's. I've never actually eaten there, but I know everybody mainly goes there for the sauce.
It's useless without the sauce.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm not
Who
really
just
there for the
spend
food. I just need to try it at least once.
Just
Cane's
Why
at
having
did
least.
your friend-
Pam and Kent send me batteries. I'm not in that much need of a battery.
Oh my god, my farm. Oh, I got a rock. Thanks, Demetrius. I'm selling that. Can't have that near me at all.
Queenie. Welcome, Queenie.
Love
Out of
waffles.
curiosity,
Yes. Yes.
is Waffle House the place? Is it one of those places where they say they're Waffle House, but they don't actually do waffles, or do they actually do waffles?
They do waffles.
Okay.
Waffles and chicken?
Because we
Fried
have
chicken?
a bunch of places that just don't sell waffles, but have waffle in the name. And I'm like, why the fuck?
Yeah.
Did you
That's
do
so
Which
sad.
is why it threw me off. Yeah.
No, Waffle
Mhm.
House.
that? Yeah.
Turn up, right? Waffle House is waffles and fried chicken.
Waffles and fried chicken?
It's a.
What a combo.
Yeah,
Oh,
chicken. That's Roscoe's. But I think Waffle House, they probably do it too.
I think so, because we
I'm
only have
surprised
like.
at how good it is.
Yeah.
Like, I would never have paired fried chicken with syrup. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Waffle House is great when you're either
is
been drinking or when it's 9
Such
a.m.
an American.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's a very
Yeah, it's
weird.
southern. Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles.
Oh, this was the
like
wrong season. Oopsie,
the
sorry.
thing.
Summer. Isn't it?
Ooh, a strange bun.
Hello.
Hello.
Gotta grab my cranberries.
Ooh, I love cranberry juice.
I don't even technically need to grow any plants anymore.
Oh, here we go.
Because I've got level 10 farming.
But aesthetic.
But at the same time, I want to. But also at the same time, I want to replace it with 12 million animals.
Yeah.
The dilemma.
I say we.
Oh, bye, Turnip.
Bye, Turnip.
Turnip, did you fucking die or something?
No, I'm missing something.
5, 4, 3, 2. Wah, wah, wah.
I'm listening to Nintendo music. It's feeling the boring.
Hell yeah.
Yowdy yowdy Gothic, how are you? This house is gonna be covered
Hello.
in fucking plants.
Tomorrow's my affiliate.
Fuck
Annabelle.
yeah. At least you
Hell yeah.
remembered. Don't be like me.
I didn't. My calendar has it.
Hey, that's better.
I don't remember shit.
Still better than me, okay? Okay, we're not missing it.
True.
It's at least marked. It's doing
Hey,
something.
you remembered my birthday.
True.
That's a big deal.
I barely remembered my mom's birthday.
Kitty.
I think you remembered my birthday because I remembered your mom's birthday.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, exactly what happened. I was like, oh fuck. I was in such a daze.
I'll take
Those mumbled 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Crazy last time of the year. I want to decorate down here. Can I give you a rug down here? No, you don't want a rug? Well, shame on you. I'm gonna build you a little desk down here.
I wish that you could put a bunch of things on the rugs, but you can't.
Yeah.
You place a rug down and you can only put certain things on. I'm
I
like,
know,
well,
that's dumb.
ooh.
I don't like that down here.
Well, poo
Yeah.
on you. That's what I say.
Mhm.
2 work tables.
Like, well, I guess I'll just die then.
Me as fuck.
Dramatic at all.
Sorry,
Jesus.
in all of that mumble jumble of words, my brain went to my wife. My
Very
wife.
nice.
Very nice. My wife. Hi Ryu, how are you?
I guess now I don't. I want to go to the Skull Caverns, but I can't go to the Skull Caverns. I don't have a fucking pickaxe.
Oh, well, that's not very good.
Funny.
Why can't I put?
Else's.
Sorry.
Mr. Krabs.
It wouldn't let me turn a table. God forbid I want to turn a table. God forbid a girl who wants a table to go sideways. Why can't? Okay.
Well, the tables.
Why can't I put things down when? Why can't? I'm gonna.
Hey, you finished a damn sentence. I don't know.
Hold on, I gotta put away all my clothes. I need to move this mannequin, but it's not gonna want to move because I have clothes.
Huh?
Yeah, you gotta take its clothes off and then you can move it.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's very annoying.
Just like people.
I'll give you a new fit, okay,
You know,
mannequin?
my haunted mannequin hasn't moved in like months, and I'm like, are you sure you're really haunted at this point?
Are you faking it, sir?
Haunted.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like,
haunted
well,
mannequin,
I don't
sorry.
know.
There you go. Hold on. I'll give you a new fit, haunted mannequin. We're gonna give you... Oh god, the child's walking.
Gotta give him the sleigh outfit.
There we go. We'll put this fit on. Oh wait, do you want a hat? Actually, hold on. We'll give it a hat. Sure, we'll give it a... It's a good look.
Ooh, a diamond.
Okay,
The
do you not...
raccoons
Yeah,
have
okay,
4
he's naked
babies,
now.
by the
He's
way.
staying naked.
Oh, the baby.
He's staying fucking naked because he doesn't want my fucking clothes.
Well, that's just mean.
That's what I'm saying. Do I want that skirt or this skirt? They're 2 different shades of green. Put on a different fit.
Ooh, gold.
Okay, stay there, mannequin. Otherwise, I'll
Okay,
throw you
quiet.
in the
What's your
fucking
pickaxe
fire.
at? My pickaxe is iridium.
Iridium.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. The only iridium tools I have is a pickaxe and a sword. No, the galaxy sword
Hell
and
yeah.
the iridium pickaxe.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to actually upgrade my axe. My
Why is
axe
my
is still at
forehead?
copper. I just couldn't be asked.
Mine hasn't even been upgraded.
Possibly.
I mean, I just can't be asked. I don't really need
Yeah.
it. But also I do
Could
need it.
possibly be bothered to.
But also yeah. I just can't be asked.
Nope.
Yeah, it's not really any point, really, because you can just do the things without it.
Crystal,
Yeah, but it
performing
takes so much
seances down here.
longer. And you know
True.
we gotta min-max every single minute of our time.
Yeah, mid-max.
That's how Stardew be.
Gotta mid-max my decoration skills. I don't care if this is the fucking basement. It's gonna have a theme.
Yeah.
Mhm. People do decorate their cellars.
Can I not?
Like you can find some really, really cute decorations for it.
This
Hire
fits.
someone to do that for me.
I'll have to show you some inspo stuff at some point.
I bribe my interior decorator with things like the wizard's compendium of things, furniture, whatever the hell that thing's called.
The wizard. Yeah,
I can't word right now.
The little cute stack over there. All the yes, I like stacking my friends like a collection. It is all my little friends. See if I can
Keep
put
it on
this
the
stuff
hat.
down here. Ooh, that might go nice down here. I should really check on my actual outside stuff. But we're decorating. We're freaking decorating. What was I grabbing for the middle? Swirl.
I got so many mushrooms.
Max, you mean how I build some D&D characters? Yes, exactly. Exactly as you should. What was I doing?
We know.
Can I put this on the wall?
We
a
barely know
sin.
what we're doing. Can't keep track of you two.
I never know what I'm doing.
So real. Well, I could put this really cool shelf here, but oh, I guess I'm gonna do this. Like I
All I
can't
do
see
is
what it
fish in
looks
mines.
like. Sorry, ignore me and my. Ah, I picked up the rug.
Noises.
It's when things don't want to place, and I'm like, why can't I place it here? Also, hello, Humble. Welcome in. I'm gonna go outside and check my outside. I think one more day, and I should be done. I hope I'm done.
Ooh.
In a sense, I really hope I'm done, because I need out of this decorating hell. It doesn't have to be finished. I still have one more room to get anyways. So I'll just come steal more furniture eventually. Except I have all this extra furniture now in my pockets.
As one would.
It's honestly the scariest part. I don't even know what I did to this room. I didn't even really do this room. And it's kind of scary.
I blame the economy.
Real as hell.
Furniture is expensive.
This needs a rug, but you know what I didn't do? Place the rug first. And if I don't place the rug first, I can't place the rug. Because Stardew hates me. It hates us.
No.
Right, it.
I just want to play
Inconceivable.
D&D at some point.
What's it with the booba?
I just want to
Hey,
play
Sarah,
D&D
for that.
again.
Yes. Yeah, I want to do
I
level
just
20
miss
boss rush one
D&D.
shot. Oh my god, that would be so fun. A rush? Hey, when the pockets are overflowing with furniture twice my size? Yeah, let me just... Let me just shove in my giant wizard dresser. It'll fit in my pocket. Don't you worry.
Mhm.
I can put this whole decorative wizard door in my pocket. It fits perfect. Perfectly. Oh, stacked elixir.
Mhm.
That's the way you both the green.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
We like how well you're stacked, Elixir.
You know, I've only just noticed it. I love how quiet sat on my lap.
Oh yes, you have a hat and you have a little fella in your lap. I didn't mean to
Yeah.
rhyme. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, Mochi, I love you.
I'm just a widow cat.
But I can't see. Don't you lay on my keyboard.
The anger there.
Because she was gonna lay on the keyboard and press all the buttons.
I could feel the stress.
Yeah.
Don't you lay on my keyboard.
Oh.
I want more plants down
I
here,
can't buy
but I
the
guess
I
I'll
can't
keep
buy the
that
cat
open.
ears yet. I really want to get the cat ears.
Yes, I love cat ears.
I gotta be friends with more people to get the cat ears.
Oh my god, how many people?
8 people at level 10 or above. And I gotta check how many people.
Which test the mushrooms in, guy?
Huh?
Which chest should I put the mushrooms in?
The green one.
Okie dokie. Oh, I see them. Yeah.
Okay, I can't put anything in there.
Mhm. Also, it is in fact nearly 1 a.m.
I'm on my way.
Want to play? I better give them
Ow.
I'm not even in bed yet, so
limited
don't worry about it.
time. Oh, you're pressing space. Okay. Yeah, sure. Lay down right there. That's okay. I have the cat. Oh, it's 1 a.m. I was gonna go put more furniture.
Big time. Just
Thank you
check.
for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, good. I didn't hit the sack.
Damn, why are you hitting the sack? What did the
I'm
sack
not.
do to
I didn't.
you?
I didn't hit it.
Oh,
I didn't.
Good.
Maybe you need therapy to discuss your violent tendencies.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
my friend.
you're not allowed to hit the sack.
My friend told me that there's a Resident Evil showcase on Thursday. And then he called me a fake fan.
Resident Evil showcase?
Yes. I didn't know about it. And he called me a fake fan. I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
The Thursday that's tomorrow or the Thursday that's next week?
The Thursday that's tomorrow.
The Thursday that's tomorrow? Oh, shitted.
Yeah, that's what I said.
My
Oh,
steel
shitted.
toe, daddy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shitted. Oh, shitted. What if I...
Oh, shitted.
What if I... I mean, I can remove that. I didn't want to remove
Oh,
that.
next week is the Stardew Valley Fair.
Ooh.
Yay, not it.
My brain was like,
I'll do it.
man, in
I
real
love
life?
doing it. I love doing the Stardew Valley Fair.
I do too. I just don't like being responsible for the 9 things.
Oh, that's
I
fair.
do.
That's fair.
do
Largemouth
it.
Bass Frenzy
Literally.
has started.
Guy.
I gotta go pick
Your
up
Secret
large mouth has a
room.
bath frenzy.
Huh?
That
What?
one don't work. No. Okay. Seasonal
No,
ones.
not real.
Oh, shitted.
I gotta go pick up my
Thanks, Mayor
apples.
Lewis. I didn't read any
Oh,
of that.
shitted.
My
These are all
artichokes
Yeah.
are ready.
Okay.
I need to actually go into town and get artichokes. I can't walk.
I have some growing if you want some.
Oh, I just want to replant some. I just picked
Nah,
some.
that's fair.
I might just see what I have. I think I have broccoli.
Broccoli.
I got 22 broccoli. I
I
got
don't
plenty.
think I've actually grown the broccoli.
It's what I got in my pocket, and it shall be sold. Sold. It shall. It shall be sold. Bless,
Bless you.
Excuse me,
Bless
I'm
you.
so sorry.
You're from the god of your choice.
I'm so sorry for fucking dying.
We're
It's
fucking.
insane.
What are you doing over there in your
You
Stardew?
should be very sorry for dying.
What did I make? Cranberry? Oh. $2,000. Sunflower, 3,000. Okay, we're just shoving it all in there. How much is that worth? 9,000? Give me that. 15? Okay.
Give me all the money.
Poppy honey is worth a lot. Is this sunflower? I still got more sunflower going. We
Excuse me.
will
Flash.
sell that and sell that. We're keeping those.
All of the ancient fruit already make a grumpy.
I really love trying to do cozy farming time, but then I get so stressed out by everything.
It's never cozy.
Yeah.
Stardew is not a cozy game.
Stress-inducing. Stress.
I am relaxed. Are you not relaxed? Why is everybody not relaxed? That stresses me out.
Oh no,
Ooh,
this
right.
is my cozy game.
Why can't I
Me
place
But this is not
things?
inherently a cozy game.
What do you say?
Why can't I place things? Why
I
can't
don't know.
Why can't I place?
know.
Why can't I? Why can't I'm gonna put this extra table right here? Why can't I place things on? Why can't I place a brace? Why can't I place a
Can't you
rug
finish?
underneath
Okay, Sarah.
things? I'm not. I hate picking things up when I have to place a
I
goddamn
wish that
fucking
you
rug.
had. Yeah.
I think
That's the one thing I
performing a
hate.
complete
I
sentence is the
despise that.
problem.
My complete sentences will not be finished because of these fucking rugs. Wait, I had something to put on there, didn't I? No, what if I put the bear in the basement? I can't do that to that little guy. I can't
Oh
do
yeah,
that
I
to the little
sent
guy.
you little photos of
Dark
like
throne.
inspo for people.
Oh yeah.
Because people decorate their cellars, little things, and I went and I
Oh,
grabbed
that's
a couple of
really
photos.
cute. I feel like I'm not capable of
Mhm.
that. Like, I literally have all the tools and can copy that, but I feel like I'm not capable of
Eat
that.
pasta.
Oh my god, that's really cute.
There was one person turned it into like a fully functioning bar type of thing as
Oh.
well. Oh my god, the cat gave me a rabbit's foot.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Damn, where'd you get
Sorry.
that from?
I was flabbergasted.
Stole it from you.
I hate how what are the things in the basement called? In Basamente?
Casks.
Oh, I had cranberry wine in there. Get back in there. I
Yeah,
hate
the
how
casks. I need to make more casks, actually.
I guess I can't touch these for a while because I had stuff in them. Well, this will be the start of the basement. I'll redecorate it sometime. It's not like we're not going to be playing this. Hello, husband. Don't mind the giant table in the way. I'll just pick that up for you. I hate this stupid lamp. Child, what are you doing? Hi. You scare me. Oh, I thought it was about to chase me. Okay, so that's good.
Where are you going?
I need 2 more plants. I need 2 more plants. That's what I need. Hydrate. Okay, coffee time.
Yes. Drink all the coffee.
Coffee. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Beep 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 doop boop beep doop boo. Beep 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 doop beep 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 doop boo. Beep doop beep doop beep 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 boo. I accidentally picked up my couch. No, stop it!
Wait, do you want me to make you more smokers?
Yes, please.
We do have smokers, by the way.
Smoker?
Hardly know
Yeah,
her.
we have 2, but I can make you more if you'd like. I can move them out of the shed and I can make you some more
Coconut,
if you want.
walnut.
How much room is there in the shed?
I can rearrange. I can upgrade to a big shed. It's okay.
Yeah, I was saying that maybe 3 would be a good one. Like an extra one.
Yeah, I can make you that.
Thank you. Thank yous.
When I upgrade to a big shed, I'll add you some more. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's okay. I forgot to go. Oh god. Oh god. I forgot to go pick up my fucking pickaxe.
Oh, good
Can
heavens.
I go pick up my?
If you can get there in 40 minutes, sure.
Yeah, I know. It's the thing. Can I get there in half an hour?
Maybe. Take a horse. Oh wait.
I don't have a horse. But that's okay because I have the I made it.
Iridium.
Just in time.
The mine carts are really nice, I have to say.
The
Yeah.
mine.
Indeed.
The nether.
Doc, what the fuck do you mean you just hurt your ankle again?
What the? Got two
Sit your
phones.
ass down.
What the fuck were you doing? You were supposed to be resting.
Doc, what the fuck? Fucked up. How
You
could
done fucked up?
How could this happen?
Way to go, Aaron.
Love it, Aaron.
I messed up, Aaron.
Oh, that's a whole table. We can't put that there, Mochi. Okay, I hate these. Take these off. I think we just leave this. Nope. I know I'm not trying. I'm trying to move that. No, I'm trying to move the cat. No, there we go.
What if I just go and farm slimes? What if I just go and make a monster mask and just farm slimes at some point?
Slime. Okay. I think for now, I'm content with my house. So I will bring back the catalogs.
Thank you, because I will be using them quite a lot.
Good. I know I need to upgrade my house again, but I wish to never use it again. But I will be.
You don't even have to get all the house upgrades. You got the achievement for completing all upgrades of your house. These are just adding extra rooms just for funsies.
Yeah, I know, but
Like if you're happy with your house as is, you don't have to.
I want the attic. I want the attic.
The attic is nice.
The attic is so cool. But yeah, I think for now,
I'm happy with how I made my attic.
I'm not happy with this one room. But I don't really care. I do care, but I don't really care. I do care.
Anyway, the next couple of days are going to be spent with me exclusively in my house trying to decorate it. Hee hee hee.
Good. And we're doing one thing. But I already had the idea. I know which catalog it's in. Let's yoinking that.
Hell yeah.
Short wizard case. Large? Large? I don't think Large fit.
I gotta go and sell these things because I've run out of room in my mini shipping bins.
Oh, Large do fit.
There we go. You know, I think I want to make the room that's supposed to be like a dining room. I think I want to see if I can make that into like a tea room, you know?
Ooh,
yeah.
I
You know,
like
how
that. That's what I had up here.
How Caroline has a little tea room behind her house. I kind of want to make something like that. I don't know if I'm gonna have all the materials for it though, because I don't have the Junimo catalog.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I just redo this. I like my sun table.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have the materials for it, which is annoying, but that's okay.
How do we get the Junimo?
It's in rotation. Yeah.
One thing there, the voice.
I paid doing nothing? No. Well, how is your ankle? Is it like bad? Is you okay?
Hi, Quiet.
Wow.
Oh, you're so cool, Quiet.
No, you're so cool. No, you're so cool. You're so cool.
No, I'm not cool. You're cool.
Okay, that's better. Okay, it's 10 p.m. Give me that. Oh, I put the catalog on top of the catalog. I'm not happy with certain chairs, but also I can just come and collect them from your house. Right now, brain is overstimulated. I'm just going to deliver them at your front. Oh, I see the empty room. Oh, that's so nice.
That's one of them.
I'm just gonna put it in there.
I feel like that room would be like a nice tea room.
Yeah, I do like that idea a lot.
And then if you go up to where my bedroom was, if you go to the kids' room, you'll see the upgraded bit of my bedroom.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll see how big it used to be by like it cuts off where quiet was, and then it's upgraded. Yeah.
Yeah.
This little bed. Hello.
Hello.
That's Quiet's bed. He lives with me now.
We're having a sleepover because I'm here too. Oh, I can go sleep in the kids' room. Hold on.
I don't know if you can actually, because there's a specific kids' beds.
Let me sleep with. I want to be in the kids' room. We got dinosaurs.
Yeah, you got dinosaurs. I had to keep it as the dinosaurs. I had to.
Dinosaurs. Okay, yeah, I'm done upgrading my house. Well, not upgrading. I'm done decorating because I need to plot and think about this. Because, oh my god, that's so much more room. You could put so much more stuff in there. There's so much room for real estate, but I also say that as half of the items don't fucking turn. Exactly.
I'm gonna make it another wizard-esque room.
Yes. That's why I try to make my house, and then it started all getting jumbled, and then I started getting overwhelmed, and then I said plants, more plants. Oh my god, I was like, what the fuck is that noise?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep the. I think I'm gonna keep this little bit as like an actual bedroom, but then have it so like there's like the bedroom is like that bit, and then there's like the main portion of the room is like a little wizard cozy bit, you know?
I want you to know that somebody's calling your phone in the game at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Who the
I didn't hear it.
I could just hear that.
I didn't hear it, so we're all good.
I'm just like, who the frick is calling you at this time? What a freak.
I don't know. It's fucked up and evil.
Oh. Ooh. What was that, a plant noise? Oh god, your
I
child's
heard
there.
that too.
Quite scary.
Why is my child here?
I don't know, but I left so fast. Did not want to witness that.
Anyway, I gotta. Oh my god, my baby is at throwable age.
Fuck yeah, I should have threw them. Oh, my trees have finally fully grown.
I'm throwing him.
Oh god, I can fix the paths now again. I think having Nintendo music too playing in my head this entire time has been very chaotic and has been keeping me going. Oh my god.
Sometimes you just need little
You're not
Nintendo music.
What the fuck are you? Truffle bug. He was impersonating.
Oh yeah, that's a thing. That's a really rare thing that can happen.
Oh, well I killed him.
Elliot, why the fuck are you staring at the...
I hate Elliot. I love him, but I hate him. Also, it's berry season, blackberry season. Both IRL and...
Yeah, I've been grabbing them.
Like, blackberry season, IRL too.
Now that Junimo can go there, and then that little plant can go right back where it was, right behind the Junimo.
Okay, then I have more over here.
And then...
Oh!
You know what, I think I'm gonna make the little...
Okay, okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Is it like...
Yeah.
Okay, that's not fully grown. We're gonna finish this stuff. Is it going to be
I can't
okay?
block it off all the way. Baby! Baby! Get the fuck out of here!
Baby! Baby, baby, oh, no. Sorry.
Yeah.
I hate Justin Bieber.
No, the baby's just here now. I also hate Justin Bieber.
But that was a time to be alive. The paths are fixed. The paths have been completed.
Hey, Quiet, if you
this
wanna...
was not supposed to be here.
If you wanna watch me do the decorate the house again,
Hit the tree.
I'm gonna block it off. I'm gonna have to block it off with the baby in here, but I think I'm just gonna have to go. Actually, no. Actually, no.
I'm on my way.
Actually, no. She's gone. She's gone. Okay.
I'm on my way.
I've officially blocked it off. I'll wait for you, and then I'll remove it, and then I will.
Die.
Maybe she's coming back. Is she trying to come
Gotta clean up
back?
the
Is she trying to come
cemetery.
back? But she can't. It's blocked up.
Loser.
Oh yeah.
You can't get in. That looks really
Yeah,
cool.
no. I've literally grabbed all 3 of my catalogs and just blocked them all. Blocked off all the entrances.
As you should. Okay, this goes.
Mhm.
Can I put anything
Hello.
in there? Oh, blackberry should go
Hello.
in there. I don't know. Diamond
Thank
can go
you.
in there for meow. This one, boom, boom, boom. These ones. Very good. Okay, I feel like everything's calm now again because decorating has stopped.
What is that like?
I don't know.
Sounds pleasant.
My house feels so overwhelming. I have so much stuff in it, but
Why
it's
the
nice.
fuck are they 2 different rooms?
Hello, God. Oh, thanks for giving me bad eye.
Why the fuck are they 2 different rooms?
I don't know. It's so
I
weird.
don't know.
Do, 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 do. Okay.
Anyway, that actually works out well for me. Because I wanted to make that little bit a different thing, and I was hoping I wouldn't have to make pathways, so now I can just do that instead. Or if I can, I might still make the pathways and have that like underneath it or
Steel.
something. If I can't
Flint
make a
and
good stone.
steel.
Maybe that one? Oh. Turnip, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Actually. I think I'll keep that one there, and then I'll
Do I have,
do something else with that.
do I have my furnaces? I figure my furnaces. No. Oh, I added a W. Oopsie. Where are my furnaces? Oh god, where did I put
I
them?
eated them.
Why did you eat it to them? There they are.
No, 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 no.
Hungry.
Hungry for
I am
metal.
hungry.
Um. Well, while that's cooking, I'm gonna switch this playlist again. Tipsy cat.
Oh.
Okay. It's a fucking Coach commercial. Not allowed. Boom, 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 boom. My cat's asleep on my
Is there
hand.
any floors or walls in this catalog? Oh, there is. Oh, that's nice.
Mochi.
Oh.
Mochi.
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 There we go.
Company sound. It's stuck in my head. He says it in such a nice tune that I'm like, yeah. Company sound. I think it's sound. It's so funny. Ah, I love Company Salt, man. Please cook faster. Cook faster, please.
They are, sadly.
I need to cook
You don't want to be annoying and
faster.
go so slow.
I should repaint my nails.
What colour are you thinking? Or keep them the same colour?
True. I do love this color. I probably
It's a
should
cool
just.
colour. Looks really good.
Yeah. I should probably just keep them this color, but I'm supposed to be Shadow the Hedgehog on Friday. So I'm like, oh,
Shadow
what if
can be green.
Shadow can be green. It's fine. Oh, can I make it to the? I don't think I can. I don't think I might make it to Clint. Mr.
Hee 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 hee.
So quiet can see me just like hee 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 hee.
Oh, this all goes in here.
You should do them black and red, so that like they are like Shadow.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh, I could repaint them because these got chipped immediately when I went to work.
Hmm.
My hand hurts.
You
Oh
could
my
do
God.
like your thumbs and then your pinkies as like red, and then your 3 middle fingers black, so like little paws.
Really cute. The little paws.
Little paws, because it's like shadow paws,
He's got the little
Pause for effect.
paws.
little guys with little paws.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hello. I have an idea, which is a scary thing. I'm not supposed to have ideas.
Yeah, I didn't know you can think. You're
We
just a
agree.
silly little guy with paws. Now you're a
I'm
silly
just a
little guy
little
with
guy
paws
with
and a
a paw.
brain.
Take it away. I don't want it anymore.
I don't want my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just do what they do in Pirates of the Caribbean when just Jack just takes his brain off, just gives it a little scratch, and puts it back?
Yes.
Quiet. You have it. You have chairs now. You can finally sit down.
Yay, I could do the ungodly.
Why do you want to keep straddling it like that?
I love it.
You got why.
You're
It's-
so pretty.
It just looks so silly.
Sarah, if you also want to come and just watch me do this, there is also a chair for you.
Okay.
You don't have to, but there is a chair for you if you want to.
I'm trying to turn a chair, but it kept on going on top of a table.
I eated the chair.
You eat it. I'm running. Hello, eels. Goodbye, eels. Eel. Which room are you at?
Oh, I'll let you in wherever.
The child's coming. I think the child's
I
going to
gotta
bed,
do this
actually.
so quickly.
Run!
Okay.
There you go.
I hate this
We're all good now.
chair.
Anyway, I made us.
Hello.
You're both having fun there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting like a normal person now. Greet the ball. Greet the ball.
The little thing. I will add.
No,
I will add lights
you were
to
knocked
this room at some point.
unconscious.
But that's not
It
fun.
happened. Oh well.
Mochi, don't. Keep your
At
tail
least
away.
it's not expensive.
Fair. Oh, why do I have a boat in my hand? Oh.
Only cost 11,800 gold.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of gold.
It's a lot of money.
There do be more than
Don't
one.
die in the volcano.
Oh, I died like so many times there. Oh, she stretched.
Can I not place it? Oh, I grabbed a
She
stool on
smacked
accident.
me in the
Whoopsie.
face with her tail.
No, that's
I'm
also
getting
not
a
what I meant
freaking
to
call.
do. I can't pick it up. You can move these if you want to go answer the call.
It's like, where the frick is the phone? Mochi's in the way. You hear a robotic voice on the other end. Congratulations, you have Joja rebate waiting for you. Please mail your credit card number to 133 and Gunger Street, Suzu City to receive your rebate. Click. Oh my god, you guys, I just
What
need to
if I
send
just
my
go-
entire life information to them. And then I can get
Yeah.
my money. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds fair.
Anyway, it's fair. It's
Money.
this looks so silly.
Are you watching, Mochi?
Hmm. Hmm.
Look, Mochi. Yeah, look. She's watching the screen. Oh, no, she's not. Look, that little guy's gonna move. Mochi. Look, that little guy's moving.
I feel like
Look at
I'm
the screen.
a big cat right now.
Oh, she left. How rude. How
Um,
rude.
I guess I'll just
Manic the
collapse.
Hedgehog. I need to figure out my outfit for Hedgehog. Because we're doing 2000s. themed birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta bring up my old fits. And be emo. Can I help you, ma'am?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Why are you smacking
You
the
gotta be
microphone? I do. I gotta be emo. Hey. Meow. Meow. Come here. Sit down. Or don't. Okay. No, you can't play with that.
What she
Dude,
said.
she wants to play with my peppermint
Is that fuck you?
taffy. Don't look at them. You can't have
I'm
them.
trying to find the thing. Trying to find the thing.
Don't knock that over.
There it is. Oh, it's midnight.
Oh.
Oopsies.
Oh,
Walked myself right into bed. Just in case.
hello.
Oh, thanks for using my foot. Okay,
Uh,
bye. Hello.
You know what we're gonna
Yeah. Your husband could sleep
Yeah.
alone.
Yay! He can't even
Yeah.
get to the bed, it's okay.
How's he gonna go to sleep?
He won't.
I have no idea. I have no idea. He might just spawn in here and I have no clue.
Just
Well-
passed out on the floor in the in the kitchen, just
Mhm.
next to the fridge.
They locked me out of the
It's
bedroom.
Twitch
I don't know
payday.
what I did
No.
wrong.
Happy Twitch
Mhm.
payday.
Do do do. Do do do. Okay, I'm gonna go put myself back in my house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna run to the restroom. Oh,
You
there's your
know.
husband.
There
Oh,
it is.
yes. I can put that there actually. Because I really just want to put that there anyway. I think that looks nice there.
So
Because it looks like
Yeah.
a little table with like the little things.
Oh my god, my
E.
bedroom's all the way up here. E.
E.
Okay,
A.
I'm gonna go run to the restroom.
Mm-hmm.
You guys will be in
Don't fall
charge.
in.
I
Don't
won't. My
fall
headphones are
in.
out.
Don't fall in.
Nessie's here. Please talk to Nessie for Junior. And I will be back.
Yay!
The tables. I love the tables.
Mm-mm. Mm-hmm.
So many potions.
Potions.
Potions, my lord. I require your strongest potion, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Potion seller, I require your strongest potion. Wah, 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 wah.
Put that like that.
Abba.
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 What the fuck are you doing over there, Quiet?
Ow, my leg.
The most exciting thing in the world. Are you okay?
Yeah.
So it's probably that exciting, but
No, I'm having fun. I love watching things like this.
you know, I gotta light it up. I gotta put some lights about the place. Okay, I'm gonna place 2 lamps. And then I think I'm
Yeah.
done with this room.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think I'm done with this room. I think it's funny
Yeah.
that you can still sit in these chairs.
Yeah, I like it. You can just sit here and be like this. Hello.
Hello.
Have a long conversation from each side of the wall.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm done with this room.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Do you
It's
like
nice.
it?
I do. I would live in a room like this.
Yevie. Yevie. But yeah, I think that's this room done.
Yeah.
I don't have all the things to make the silly tea room that I want to in the other room, but yeah, I can place down a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's babies in here for the minute.
Oh.
I see you. You can't play Stardew.
You see me? Yes, you
I'm
can.
trying to talk to them. I know.
She
You
can
wanna
play
go
Stardew.
meow?
I was looking around my room when I entered. I was like, where is she? And then I saw her little paw. You can't run that. Hey, girl. She's staring down my cup looking at the bubbles. So, lotions and potions. Potions and petals.
Welcome back.
Potions and potions and hexes and
Hope you didn't
spells.
fall in.
And then,
Good.
oh my god, wait. I made another repo edit. I posted it yesterday. But, you can't have my chips. You can't have my chips.
I want the chips.
It ended up being a compilation of me saying, look at my balls. Look at my balls.
My balls.
I said it so many times that stream. But at one point I forgot that I had turned off my webcam. And I was too also just munching. And the crunching noise was so crispy and high quality. It was so funny. Just like, damn, that was a nice crunch.
Crispity crunchity.
Yeah, but man. That whole stream was just like, man, look at my balls. Oh, look, another ball.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
no,
guess we gotta look at
saw
Sarah's
my
balls.
Yeah. That's what that stream
All
was.
of them all.
Mm-hmm.
I only say all this because I am munching on chips right now.
Also, I have an idea for what I want, but I'm really annoyed that I can't do it.
Oh well.
Yeah. I can do it, but it's gonna take way longer than I expected. I just wanted my silly house.
That was fair.
Ow, 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 ow.
Ow, wow, wow, wow.
Ow, 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 ow.
Ah, wow, wow, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Look at my
Yeah,
balls.
I really gotta get the Junimo catalog because I really want some of the things in there. And it's like, there's this really cool bookcase with like leaves all over it.
Ooh, I would
And like,
love
that's
that.
really cute. Mm-hmm.
I would like that better than the wizard ones. I'd like the wizard ones, but that one sounds better.
I am gonna go pee. I'll be back.
Oh,
Don't fall in. Don't fall in.
I won't, I promise.
The urgency in your voice sounds like they have actually fallen in. Who put bone swords in my fucking chest?
I've done it before. It's
Wyatt
not
has
nice.
in fact fallen in, yes.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Don't fall in.
I mistimed sitting down.
Who put bone swords in my fucking chest? Where the hell did they come from? Those there. I have two. Oh, that's why.
I'm doing some fishing.
Okay, gotta put this boat back on this table. There we go.
Fish.
And there. Fish.
Papa.
Mochi's watching my little character move.
Aw.
She's
You
so
should wiggle
cute.
the mouse.
She's locked
See?
onto my character.
She's like, I must bite.
She is. Now she's bored because I'm in the shop. Okay, Mochi, we gotta look at
She's
this.
very unhappy.
What do we got? I need
Ew.
5 more skeletons?
Ew.
Yeah,
So
okay.
gross.
Yeah.
I think I need to make the monster mask too.
Monster mask.
Monster mask. The mask that's a monster. The monster mask.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, Mochi, now we can get back to business. Because I'm
Yeah.
not decorating my house. That was so stressful.
I have to go work tomorrow. Sad.
It's okay. Soon you'll have a break.
True. I'm counting down the days. It's like Christmas.
Yeah.
Just a week away.
Just a week away.
Literally, just a week away.
Just a week away. You're so close. Oh. How many more bats did I need? Go to my staircase. Oh, well, ladder. Come here, bat. Oh, they gave me a door.
A door.
A D-O-R-E.
D-O-R. Door.
A door. A cute
D-O-R. Door.
I wonder if I've done that. What about... Oh, okay. Okay, little guy. Got a shirt from the little guy. Do, 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 do. Boom. I don't know if I want this playlist either anymore. Mochi, what are you doing?
Oh.
Don't hit the screen. She just gently patted my computer monitor.
Hello.
It's like, okay.
Just wants to make sure that it's up to standard, you know.
Yeah. Just double checking it. Oh, it got a glow ring. From that little guy. Do. Oh, thank God he made a ladder.
Ladder. It's 10:30 p.m.
Yeah. I was trying to kill these
Right here,
things.
children.
You got this.
Yeah, this song make funny noise. 0. And home. Let's stop. So it's a bit heavy compared to what you've been listening to. Fair. I mean, you still can give it. Yeah, I've been on a very chill, soft day today.
Ooh, what's the limit for how long a song can be that we can recommend?
There's no limit.
There's no limit.
No, we've listened. We had that one day when we were just listening to really long songs. Oh,
Okay,
I got a bomb.
Can I a beep boop song?
You just put it in. That goes there. That does not go there.
May I suggest a beep boop song too?
Yes.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That goes there. And I leave. God, I wish my bed was so much closer. You, my child's in the bed.
Oh no. Oh shit, I gotta run back to the house.
Okay. Pause that. I'll go back to Spotify afterwards. Or not Spotify. I'll do... Where are we at? There we go. Okay.
Baba. Oh, did I press it? Oh, I pressed A. Oops, daisy.
Okay. That one.
I run into the house.
Let me do this one.
You better get your ass to bed. Quiet.
I'm on my way. I promise.
Put that there. Matcha cat. Okay.
Also, I think decorating my house more tomorrow.
Oh.
That by me because it's 12 minutes slot.
Hee 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 hee.
I could tap out.
Is it not progressing for anyone else?
What?
Waiting for other players. 404.
It's the same for everybody, I think.
We're stuck on
Okay.
it.
I'll go through
Maybe
eventually.
somebody's on. What do you call it? One of the
Yeah.
scene.
Nope.
Nobody.
We're all in bed.
This happened
I mean,
last
it's fine.
time.
Doc, it don't matter. We're playing it. It's already playing. It's staying.
I'll fuck it up, man. Let's go.
Oh, is this that song?
Which one?
Okay. It's Lady Dimitrescu.
Oh,
Can I check your little fur, Mochi? I need to check to see how you're doing cleaning. Yeah. Yeah, well, your tail's still dirty.
Yeah, Sarah, I technically got spoiled on Resident Evil.
What did you get spoiled for?
I was looking at commissions and somebody had a bunch of Resident Evil art on like on their portfolio and I just went, "Oh, okay. Yeah."
What did you
And
see?
then just yeah. Why, what did I see?
do you want to say which ones, or I would say the names, but I can say what type of character
Like
they
a
were.
bunch of I believe a bunch of characters from
I'll
Village.
DM it to you.
Okay,
Sarah.
yeah.
I'll DM it to you, Sarah.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait,
I don't
actually,
even
what game?
remember who they are really, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
There you are.
I just love how I do not know anything from Village. It's great.
Oh my god, I hope Gothic's gonna be free when we play because me and her love Heisenberg.
Oh, him!
I love Neil so much. I love him. Oh, and I love Heisenberg. I love them. Oh my god. Oh,
it finally went through.
I think so, yeah.
Looks like it.
Yep.
Yay! Level 9 proficiency. Mining.
Wahoo.
Level 9ing.
Anyways, we'll be there soon anyways. I think tomorrow I can beat. I should be able to beat 7 tomorrow.
I believe in you.
Yeah, that's going really fast.
I think it helps that you know the game, like what, and it's quite short. Well, not short, but it's like it's very compiled into one area ish.
Yeah, I think because I've always struggled with it, but I think because the last time I played was on Madhouse, so everything was a little bit stronger.
Oh yeah, this was so much easier. Yeah.
And I have an infinite ammo.
That will help a lot.
I love infinite ammo.
I reckon if you didn't have that, it would have taken like a lot.
I would have been a lot more hesitant going into areas, but because I know how to run around the enemies. You voice of Astarion? Yes, he is. That's my favorite vampire boy.
Mr. Oh, what's his name? Mr. Not. I think it's Blake. It's not Blake. No, it's
Baker.
Baker. There you are. Yeah, that would have been horrendous with no ammo.
Yeah. When you said Mr., I was like, Mr. Baker?
Yeah, it was BA something. I was like, I looked like.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. I don't know names. I know faces.
Real as
You're
hell.
just a little silly, and that's okay.
Yeah.
There's how much you read? Ooh, let's see
No,
what
I
this
love
looks like.
Bio. Oh, so good.
I love still calling it Resident Evil Biohazard because that's what it was originally like. That's still its name, Biohazard.
Yeah.
But if it's just like
I
no
love calling it
7, I was like,
Biohazard.
no,
No, it's Biohazard.
It's Biohazard.
Read the title.
Yeah, everybody
Pointed
just
word.
like stopped
Biohazard.
calling it Biohazard. And I don't know why.
I don't know. It will always be Biohazard in my heart.
Same.
They're too jealous because of how good it is. That's why.
Yeah, because then it's Village for 8.
Mm.
And that
It's
is-
a really good like move into Village.
Oh my god, I was talking to my friend, the one who called me a fake fan because I didn't know about the showcase tomorrow. Oh, he's never played 7, but he's played Village.
Wow, he's the fake fan.
He
The
played
audacity.
Village, but didn't fucking play 7. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I watched videos of people play the Zach, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Oh my god, play. I'm tempted to buy it and play it.
Yes, you should. Yes, you should.
But
Always.
if you play it, can you stream it to the Discord?
I will.
Can I be iPricked?
You can. You'll just hear me screaming my head off.
Yeah, I will.
Dude.
It'll be great. That's all I need.
I'm not excited for this next part of
29
7.
plus 7.
Oh, I think I know which part. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at Lucas's part.
Oh yeah, no.
He's just
yeah,
annoying.
he is.
He's just a bitch, and that's the end of the story. Fucked up. It's Jack. Fat Finger Jake. Hey, close enough. I mean, Jake's still a character within Resident Evil, so, you know? Good enough. Don't drink the truffle oil. That's disgusting. It's gonna be
Ew.
awful. This in here.
Damn it, there's still no Jinmo catalog.
Nah.
Ah,
Damn
give
it.
me.
I'll check on Sunday.
Oh, I can make tea.
He does have a fez though, and you can buy a portrait of whoever you're romancing, which I think is the most important bit.
Low price of 30,000 gold.
Oh, I'm so excited for Resident Evil tomorrow.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
can't wait for Resident Evil. I've been really excited for it.
I'm gonna be lurking though through it. Sorry.
that's fine.
You got magic.
I got magic.
Fuck
Yeah.
Yeah. You better beat them up.
Yeah.
I'll
Like, you
try.
better beat them up.
You better beat them up. Beat the shit out of them.
I believe in you. You can beat them up. You can beat the shit out of them.
It's rated for E for everyone. Mueller. I wish we got more Jake. I'm hoping. I swear to fucking God that is Sherry Birkins in that Requiem trailer. So I fucking hope it is because they gotta stop giving us characters and being like, well, you'll never see them again. They gotta
It's
stop
a
doing
trope.
that. Like, please. They do that with Rebecca, but at least they put Rebecca into so many animated movies.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, she at least got a good treatment. She just got put over there. She got the poor treatment. Oh my god, that one movie. Oh my god.
Speaking of movies, have you seen the Silent Hill trailer?
Yeah, I've been keeping up with
Yeah.
it. I was talking to my friend about it. I still don't know how I feel about it, but
It looks very CGI-y.
it's the same director who did the first. I need to get through this cutscene. Oh my god, the first Silent Hill movie that was also very like, oh, okay, this isn't really Silent Hill, but okay. Oh, that's a cute little photo. So it's the same director, so it'll have the same feel as that one. But
Yeah.
they don't even. The little girl isn't a little girl. I like the actress who's playing her. Why is Haley on the cow? Oh.
Oh, she's just
explaining
silly
this all,
goofy.
but I just those pictures. Oh my gosh, she fell off the cow. She got fucked up, bro.
It's okay. She's just silly goofy.
Oh my god, she fell in the mud. That's the first time ever seeing her disheveled. Maybe I don't want to see the remake of Anaconda. I really want to see that. Is it actually like I couldn't tell if they were marketing it actually as the remake of Anaconda or what.
It looks silly.
Oh, I have 2 cutscenes in one. Okay.
Yeah, but then again, wasn't Anaconda silly too?
Yeah.
It was scary when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Now it's very silly. It still was silly then, but like
It was never scary when I was a kid, and I used to watch it. I'll be real. I used to watch that shit for fun.
I just didn't like the thought of like, I think it's the one guy got eaten alive. A lot of people get eaten alive like that scares me because I'm like, man, they get digested like alive.
Mm.
Could you be my guest speaker? I love that. What am I doing here? Oh, that's what I'm doing. But the new Silent Hill one, it's missing the little girl. Because it's Silent Hill 2 that they're doing. James does not look like a depressed husband. He looks like some punk. So that's an interesting choice. The girl who plays Maria. Yeah, the girl who plays Maria, nothing about her.
It's like his whole thing.
Exactly. And he's got like a nice like leather jacket and whatnot. Like he doesn't look like a disheveled like
No.
he does not look how he's supposed to be mentally. But
he's meant to be a disheveled old man.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maria is just
Get disheveled, dude.
exactly. Her wig is awful. And that's not even on her.
God.
That was just the wig that they chose. It's I don't really like it at all. And it looks more there was a photo that came out in early development when they were filming and it was James and Maria. It looked like a fan film because of how bad some of the stuff was.
Oh god.
We're raising animals. Doing a guest speaking thing for Penny. You put a set on when you're in Castle right in town. I want to be a real cowboy. I want to be a real cowboy. But so the movie looks interesting. I think it'll still be fun, but I don't think it's going to be a good Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
Because they don't have... I don't remember her name, but the traumatized girl that gives a lot of points of like her staying in Silent Hill and staying in her own like hell.
Oh,
she's not in the movie.
Oh.
Is she not?
No, because I was looking at the cast list and the character's not there at all.
Oh.
Oh, well, that's boring.
I'm sorry, Penny just asked me, would you ever want to be a parent? I have a kid.
Did you say no?
Crazy. Oh, come here, Mochi. But yeah, so I'm interested in
I'm not gonna see it in cinema. I'm not gonna.
Oh,
I'll probably
that's
see it
fair.
if it comes on like Netflix or Amazon Prime.
Oh,
You know.
bye, Mochi. If I have a friend who wants to go see it in person, I'll probably go see it. If not, I'll probably do the same. Because like
Yeah, it's one of those types of films. Yeah.
I really liked Welcome to Raccoon City. It was really bad Resident Evil film, but because they decided to combine 2 or 1 and 2, even though they could have done 2 and 3, which would have been perfect. So that's on whoever was writing. But it was super camp and it was really fun. So I enjoyed it. Wasn't the best, but I still enjoyed it. So I hope this one's just that same, because they did a really good job. I loved how Pyramid Head looked in the original. Oh,
Yeah.
love me Pyramid Head. I didn't like the nurses, but because I think I like the bubblehead nurses. Those ones look so cool. And so they were just like the generic wrapped head ones, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I need to rewatch game series of that now. I need to.
I need to play the games.
Yeah, they're really fun.
Yeah, because I've only played 2 and F now.
Oh, okay.
I know a lot about 3, but because I love Cheryl. Cheryl, because she's in DVD.
Carol.
And she was also the main protagonist in the first Silent Hill film that the guy had done. Which was also a choice, because now we're going to the second movie, which is 2. But then we're going to James. So it was interesting. Also, Pyramid Head. There was a lot of weird things in that movie. I remember Pyramid Head, like, protected her. Like, there's a lot of stuff that is like, that's not Silent Hill.
Yeah. It's
So it was interesting.
flashes that.
Wait, Pathways, what the fuck are you doing?
Genuinely upset. Why are you upset? Also, what did okay. Anaconda was supposed to be serious and scary, but the new one is supposed to be a comedy. Oh, I got a fish. Hold on. Okay. She was supposed to be remaking the Anaconda. Okay. That's what I thought about the movie. I didn't know that they were interesting. I just know that this one's more of a comedy. A lot of people didn't like it. That's what I've been hearing. Remember when my mom was trying to play some... Oh, no, a fish. Every time. The music, that signal enemy she would throw... This fish needs to calm down, please. Throw the controller to my dad so he could kill the enemy. That's so fucking real. You say, I ain't doing this.
I'm making my way back home.
Making my way downtown.
I can't get this to look right.
Oh, I think the song I had queued up for you, Kai, just ended. It was just chilling that whole time.
Yeah,
A lot of laundry in the washer.
yeah, it's a really long song.
Because I was just hearing the end of it. I was like, oh my god, wait, it's ending. The dryer had been resolved. It's been almost a month, and about 15 minutes after I put the load in, I got a notice from the management company saying the dryer still isn't fixed. Oh, that's fucked up.
Fucked up
What?
and evil.
How are you supposed to, like, I know you can go to a laundromat and get your stuff done there, but, like, if you're supposed to have a fucking space to do your laundry, but it's been a fucking month, that's crazy.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Also, hi, Gar! It's
Hello,
Farm
Gar.
Gar. I haven't checked on your wife. I'm sorry, Gar. Oh, I got a fish. I picked up the fish in my sleep.
Fish.
Fish.
Fish. Okay, I can change the music now.
You know what that
Sorry.
means? Fish.
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 Quiet, get
Luckily,
the
I
bag.
have fish. Basement Party
Oh shit!
2009.
I'm running.
Okay, Basement Party mix.
Come on.
Who the fuck is ringing me at this hour?
That's what I'm telling you. Somebody was ringing you the other day, and it was that late. Oh, it's a little playlist to invade a military base too. It's a fucking Pampers commercial. I hate stupid ad blocker. Half of the time it fucking works, and half the time it doesn't. Anyways, head to my dad's place, I guess, but a whole for today was to stay home. That's so fucking. It's the fact that it's an easy fix, and it's been over a month.
Who the fuck is still ringing my phone?
Okay, she's resilient. She is resilient. I stole your money,
Oh my
though.
god. Okay, never mind. Never mind, it's Hat Mouse, it's okay.
Oh. Jesus Christ, though. Hat Mouse would be the one up super late.
Just doesn't sleep.
Yeah, he's just been ringing you through the night. Like,
It's Hat
it's
Mouse.
okay. They'll get up eventually. Don't worry. They'll notice me. They'll see me. Gar, is my lovely little car alive? Or is she still in the world of slumbers, as she should be?
Is there 3 Omni Geodes that I could steal?
Omni
My fish crave Omni Geodes.
Yes.
My fish
Can I
crate.
steal them for my fish?
Geodes. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
where do you want them?
In the fish pond.
Well, I'm on Ginger Island. Which chest do you want them put in?
Oh. I don't mind any. Whatever.
I can put them in my chest easily. I don't have the rest of them labeled.
Oh, okay.
I think it's this. Yeah, the second chest. The one on the right.
I haven't actually been to Ginger
So
Island
there
yet.
was like, or aware of the issue. No need to submit multiple requests. Thank you for your patience.
I need-
I'm not fucking patient anymore. They need to fucking fix that.
Yeah, that's shitty.
That's annoying.
That is really
So much for
shitty.
your management. Yes, I love drama. Thought it'd be fun to write you a note. I had so much fun with the cows yesterday. I'm starting to understand why you chose a farmer's life. Oh my god, Haley's changing. She's evolving.
Oh,
Oh my god, Haley.
At least for me.
Is crazy. I enjoy it.
Yeah, it is really cute. What do I have in my fucking pocket?
Train.
Twain. I'm not moving.
Twain.
it's a choo-choo. Let me into the salon. Let me in. Let me in.
Lemon!
No.
Oh! Help
Ooh,
me!
I'm a fight bat. Eee.
More.
Oh. Up there.
Because I'm a
First, we have no
librarian.
plan to fix it, but
Sarah, do you have any flowers I can steal?
Yeah, what type of flowers would you like? I have them in my chest, so.
Okay, I've forgotten all of the names of
have
them,
a
so I'm just gonna
Fairy
grab.
rose.
That's okay.
I have sunflowers. Okay, this pink one
Mhm.
has all of them.
Okay, thank you.
There should be a wide selection.
A wide selection.
Wide selection?
Because I need to make the seeds. I need to make the seeds of the out of season flowers, but I haven't grown any of the out of season flowers.
I got you.
Ah.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. I am the flower holder. Do I have any other? I mean, I have mixed flower seeds too as well. But those ones you can select exactly what you want.
Mhm. I think you have everything except for one flower.
Which
that
flower?
I need, which is peas. Oh, well, you've only got one poppy in here, and I don't want to use that because that's your one poppy.
I use it.
You know?
Take
you
it.
sure?
Yeah. I'll make a shit
Thank
ton
you.
again. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ow, ow.
Oh, wow.
Ow, 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 ow. I'm going to go up here.
And another one.
Finish this.
And then I can buy the other seeds instead.
Oh, that's what I needed to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Black
Wow, wow, wow.
largemouth bass.
Salads.
Largemouth bath mountain? Large bath.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Largemouth bass is down in the mountains, yes.
Largemouth bath. Okay, cool.
Yay, 38 salads.
Look at my ball. Oh, that was fucking TikTok so funny. I edited it so shittily, but I just can't believe I said that so
Fantastic.
many times.
Like
And that
your
was
balls.
Yeah, thanks. It wasn't even the only time I said it too, because I know there was a later point.
Sometimes you just gotta have balls, you know?
Yeah, the last. If you haven't watched the cut,
Never
the
neglect the
last
balls.
clip of it is just you in the distance, just in the distance. Oh no, your balls! It's just you. Oh no, your balls!
Yeah, that track. Yeah, that track.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be that way.
Yeah.
We're just silly little guys, okay? We're just silly little guys.
I'm just a silly little guy.
There you go, guys, with silly
I'm
little
just a
paws.
Silly little guy
Yeah.
with little paws.
One little paws.
Whittle.
I want to get that on a t-shirt.
Yes.
Yeah,
Whee!
so do I. I think that would be fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You also have widow paws. Mine would have big paws.
Little paws. Big paws.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, forgot about Cars Farm.
Sometimes you gotta have little paws.
Exactly.
God, I didn't realize how many babies the raccoon has.
4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5? I was yesterday and it was 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5 now. I got the book of star.
God damn. They're multiplying like bunnies.
Like raccoons, because they're raccoons.
What is the book of star?
I didn't get all the seeds. I only got 1 pop seed. That's annoying. That's okay. I'll cope. Will I cope? Maybe.
Combat. Okay. Bless
I thought you were gonna say combat.
Bless you.
Combat.
Thank you.
Bum, bum. I should really go to the island, but here I am. Not on the island.
That's okay. I haven't actually been to the island yet.
I shall go. I need to do my little missions over there. The mines. It's gonna like here. Yes, exactly. I need to kill you. I should have brought bombs. Oopsie.
Oh.
Got a dryer.
Oh.
Wait. Exhaust set right now? As you should be. Cause like
Oh, wait, which floor are you at, Sarah?
71.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm on like 53.
I skipped. I should have brought Boombas though. I win.
Do I have any water? Oh, I have 10 basic retaining soil. That is not enough. Do I have any somewhere?
Where is the ladder? Oh, right there.
And that's speed
Yes.
grow. I don't want speed grow on the retaining soil. I'm gonna have to make the
Okay.
retaining soil.
You can see what's in my chest if I have any.
No, it's just 2 stone. I was just too lazy. Yo.
Ooh, I did my goal
Hell
for
yeah.
skeletons. Hello, skeletons. I'm gonna kill more of you just for funsies. I wonder how many more bats I need. I forget.
My baby staring at the flower pots that I put in my room.
He
that
wants
I
to
put in the
consume
house.
it.
They're just seeds, though.
He wishes
But they're
to
just
eat.
seeds, though.
Come on, bats, fight me.
Very fighting behavior.
Yeah, fight him. Okay, okay. Who else? I know there's
There
more
we
of you.
go.
And there's not.
I wanna crab.
Beep, 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 beep.
The bat, no.
Just a little scream. Ah! Void spirits. I needed 30 more bats. I could do that. Not tonight, though. Oh my god, did I get a worker's hat?
Did you?
I did. I got a hard hat.
Yeah.
Yay!
Quiet, are you still in the mines?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm on floor 55. Ah, oh my god. Oh. Oh, I don't like that.
On to the next person.
It reminds me of, like, Spirited Away. I don't know why.
That's fair. I accidentally went to floor 5, and I killed a bug, and now I'm leaving. Didn't mean to go there. Bus stop.
I was so confused by you. Like, what floor are you on? I'm like, oh.
What is right now? Good, as you should. Keep that hard hat on. Don't hurt yourself. You already hurt your ankle, or your foot, or all of the above.
Wait, hello.
Ow.
Do you want to see the room I made?
Yes. God, I look just like a freak.
Misha. So I finished this one.
Okay.
I finished this one up here.
Oh, you finished it. Okay. Okay, very nice. I like it. Cutesy demure.
Yeah. Mhm. And I thought keeping the thing up here would be nice because like it kind of looks like it fits the environment now. And then I'm working on. I gotta put the cat.
Show and tell. Room show and tell.
And then I'm working on this little room and turning it into like a
Yeah.
like a tea room and things. So I planted a bunch of flowers.
Oh, okay.
That's what I wanted all the seeds for. So I planted a bunch of flowers. Here's gonna be like a but I don't have the table I need, so I'm just gonna have to cope. And then up here is gonna be like a few kegs and things.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cope
steal
until I
that
can
type
get
of-
the Junimo thing.
This layout, well, this inspiration is gonna be stolen.
I would like you to know that this flooring here is literally just the pathways.
Good.
It took me so long to figure out what pathways I wanted.
That's so real. Welcome in, Misha. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, raiders. We're playing Stardew Valley, as you can see. Hopefully you can see.
Can
I'm trying to get somewhere before 2 a.m.
Can I shout out on mobile?
Maybe. If not, I'll tab out.
Theoretic.
Oh, I should water my little
Yeah,
inside plants.
I just gotta get there.
There we go. This is my house. It's cluttered, just like my real life. Don't mind the mannequin. It's haunted. I'm gonna put myself to sleep though.
Hello, Raiders. My name is
Oh, you got
Sarah.
it?
I'm a variety streamer. We do
I just had
mixed
to get
bag
to the,
Mondays, family-friendly Wednesdays,
Oh
and
shit,
horror
yeah, I gotta get
Thursdays.
into bed.
Yeah.
Roar, please join us on this wild
Okay.
ride we call
We
life.
have farmhouse on the island now.
Oh, yay. Okay. I'll come over to the island then.
To the top of the volcano is open.
How was your stream, Misha?
Now I'm stressed.
Yes.
Now I can relax.
Yes.
That's all I need to accomplish.
Also, hello, Vagrant. Welcome.
Sorry,
Yes.
I had to give you the little tour of my house. I'm
I know.
actually really proud of my house.
I really like it. I like the
It's
little
really
wizard
cool.
magic corner.
Mm-hmm.
I need to take off this mask. Oh
I
my
like
god.
giving things like a little wizard
we go.
corner, you know? I have the wizard catalog. I might as well fix it.
I made the mannequin worse. I put the vampire mask on it. The skeleton mask.
Oh.
This is my little house. Brains explored with lore. I fucking love lore. Good.
Lore.
Lore.
That's very good. That's very good. Also, thank you for giving
Lore.
a shout out too. Thank you. Thumbs up.
You're welcome.
We're chilling though. We were mad decorating at the start of the stream because I had finished this, mo for this. I love this little corner. I have a lot.
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Sorry. You can fill up your watering can in the sink kitchen.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, but oh my god.
I mean, it makes sense, but like, damn,
I've never tried it. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to
There's
go
another
put
silly
something
one
in the
too.
water
Like
house
the
in my
bomb or
hand, so I
something.
used it, and then it did it.
Go
and
take
I'm
care
like,
of yourself.
oh, okay.
Get that food. consume. But also
Yeah.
I love my house. It's very cozy. That is the goal. Oh, good heavens, my pumpkins are ready. I can plant another round of pumpkins. I don't think I have enough. More pumpkins. More pumpkins. Also, anybody else from the raid, if you need to go take care of yourself or anything, please do. I will be here. More plants. I want more pumpkins.
I miss my Junimo catalog. I miss my Junimo catalog tales.
I miss them a lot. Well, I have 2 spaces. Guess it's going to broccoli.
Melon.
And then I'm going to.
We have melon anywhere.
I can hand some to you. I have some at my house. I think.
That
If not, I
pumpkin
can make
is
some
gonna
for
stay.
you.
Stop eating the grape. The pumpkin's not gonna stay. I'm taking it. I don't want that to hurt anything.
You know, I think I'm gonna have to continue decorating my house later.
That is fair. Put that there. Okay. Oh my god.
Because I don't have access to half the things I need.
That's understandable.
And I'm
Agony.
sad about it.
We'll get it. We'll get it. Don't you worry.
I know. I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna go check today.
What was I looking for? That's what I
idea.
was looking for.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I also don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Like, I also don't know what chest I put it in.
Please, traveling cart lady. Please.
We need
I want to have little
it.
mushrooms around the place.
See, I just want that earthy, witchy vibe. That's what I want. It's literally what I am. Let me be what I am. Oh, I forgot I had a request to do. Oopsie. I didn't want to go in the store.
There's the retro catalog.
Red Snapper? Sure, Lewis. I
Which
might
is
not
full
get it
of,
to
like-
you. Ooh.
There's the retro catalog, which is like 70s style stuff
I like that.
that I can buy.
I want you to
I
waste
have
your
enough
money on
money if you want me to buy it. I will. I have 135,000 and it's 10, so I can buy it for.
If you want to buy it, we can test it out.
It's done. It's done. I ordered it.
Get me over there.
Mm-hmm.
I skipped that cutscene. Okay. Oh, I didn't bring that portrait with me.
I know we need the trash catalog. I know we need the JoJo one.
I think we have some of the trash
I know
ones.
we need the. I need to look.
Because I might have one, and or I'm thinking about other saves.
So there's the there's the retro.
Muscles.
I actually really like some. There's a lot of art pieces in the retro catalog, and they're really.
Ooh. I like
There's
these
also a fireplace.
Ooh. I do like the fancy fireplace though from the normal catalog. But I feel like I should put a fireplace in my living room as well.
Wizard one.
The wizard one's
one.
cool.
There's also there's like a radio.
Ooh. Oh,
There's,
I
like,
should
a couple
fucking put a
cabinets, but I
phone.
really like some of the art pieces.
I should put a phone in my fucking house.
No, because it goes off all
So
the
there's
time.
that one. It goes off all the fucking time.
Can I go in this lady's house? No. Okay, she's just there. I got a whole bunch of... What are these little slimes doing in a corner?
Okay, so there's the main catalog with like the flooring and the wallpaper and that. There's the trash catalog, the wizard catalog, the furniture catalog that you get from Robin, the big one. There's the Joja catalog, the Junimo catalog, and the retro catalog.
That's crazy. I didn't realize how many catalogs are in this game.
So many.
So the trash catalog is just a random chance digging through trash, and then both the Junimo and the retro, which we've got the retro now. So we just need the Junimo cart from the traveling cart, and then if you really want the Jojo one, it's also in the traveling cart. But like, do you
Ew.
really want the Jojo catalog?
No. Disgusting.
Yeah.
Mushrooms.
Oh shit. Jeez, my laptop's gonna die.
No. Not good at all.
Mm-hmm.
The island is so nice now. We have so many places to run. Thank you.
Bless you.
Oh.
Bless you.
I'm you.
Well, maybe I get to choose the god which blesses me.
Exactly. I don't think I really want to talk to this guy. Sir? Forgot that snake has bone. Big cat. Big cat. Coconut. I just got EP all of a sudden. I'm like, oh, how long have we been? Okay.
Have some coffee.
So real.
You know what? I'll allow it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat the system because I'm going to press this. And then I'm going to press it again. No, I can't. And then I press it again. And then I do 2 sips. And then the big real surprise. I press it again. And then I stop.
I'm shocked.
Absolutely shocking. Many of a hydration.
Exactly.
Elliot said that he wouldn't even trade me for 1 million iridium bars. I'm like, hell yeah.
How
Aw.
cute.
I wonder what the conversion rate for iridium
Lying.
bars in terms of money.
1 iridium bar is worth 1,000 money.
1,000 money, I can get 10 combat patrols for that.
Ooh.
You know what, I'll replace the table when I get the catalog, but the retro one actually looks quite nice.
Yeah.
Locked in prison.
And then
I think I need one more. Oh.
that
Hydration.
one.
Oh, that hydration hurt. I have a premium. I think I'm just gonna go home.
And place that there, and then place that there, and then can I place this like
So many creatures for me to kill. Yes.
and then
I'm gonna keep all these.
I need to run all the way
muscles.
back because I was silly and didn't grab everything the first time.
Oh, that's real.
There.
Don't go
And
there.
then I need
Let me slam these rocks.
the
It's worth a lot of money.
There we go. I'll use that one instead. There we go.
Oh, close that.
Excuse me. Hello.
How did I walk in and the phone's ringing?
Hello.
That was scary.
There we go. Hee. Video. I'm making a little table area so you can sit down, pretend to
That's
sit down, and then
I need to see.
hmm
Oh,
you can't actually sit down because their cushions are not
I know,
stools.
I
but
hate
that's okay.
that. I hate that you can't actually sit down.
Mhm,
Makes me angry.
Same.
mhm.
I've seen garlic seeds yet.
Garlic? Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew a whole
I
bunch
can
last
try- Yeah, we
season.
got garlic.
We have some.
So did I. Yeah, I've got a shit ton. Hello.
Oh,
What
wow.
is- Oh,
Uh, it's not what I
No.
want, but I can change it later.
What does garlic look?
Um,
Anything about One
Hello.
Piece TCG? I know a
Hello.
little bit about
Hello.
it, Dion. What would you like to know? I have a whole stack of cards. You want to see them?
Yes.
Can I eat the cards?
No.
Jesus.
Oh,
Oh, they're not dice.
Can I eat?
Yeah.
can I just take a
Meow,
like a
meow,
munch out of the
meow,
corner?
meow, 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 meow. I'll chomp out of the corner.
Every time you'll see it, you'll
It's
know
not
it's
what I
me.
want. that fish
Where
tank.
did I leave them? They're just stacked up
Okay.
there. I pulled a Sanji manga.
And then the rest
Love
of
to see
what
it, Greg.
that
Woohoo! I want Sanji
Hey,
hand him
quiet.
over.
I'm going to
Mhm.
bed now. The rest of what I want is all the plants from the Junimo catalog. So I guess I'm done for now.
It's a really nice house. There.
Oh,
There.
this is
I
moved
had
up
this
one
random
space.
card. It's Hamlet. But I got it from ALA last year because somebody was handing out random cards with candy
Wait,
because
ooh,
they were One
free
Piece.
card.
Yeah, they were One Piece cosplayers, and I was dressed up as Nami that day, so they were giving it out. It was very cute. But it's still in the random
That sounds very
packaging with
cute.
their Instagrams. Like it's still just in the same packaging. I have a kid version of one of the characters. I like Hawkins. Oh, they're in ads.
Hey, it's 1 a.m.
I'm in bed.
Me and
These
the boys
are-
up. 3 a.m. looking for
Okay.
To the island cabin real quick. I had to plant the 3 things that the frog wants to see.
The frog.
the frog.
Done.
Queen, I don't care about. Charlotte, I love. Cavendish is hot. Junbi is cute. Okay. I'll section off these cards. Whenever Dion's back from the hell.
Oh,
He's just a normal character. Yeah. Frankie. What is Frankie?
its phone is on charge. Charge.
Character. Oh, I have an event. I don't know where I sectioned my events off. Did I section the events off? Is that an event? That's a leader. He's a leader. Sure,
He's a
that's gonna
leader.
go there. Back, yes! Everything you said, I agree, unless you said you like... I love Shanks. I love Shanks so much, but that's fair. It's okay. You know what that means, Dion?
Hello.
If you get Shanks, hand him over.
Hello.
If you get Shanks, hand up.
Hey, Kai.
Fair is happening tomorrow. Fair is happening tomorrow. I repeat, tomorrow
Can I
is the
pick up
fair.
Can I pick up my beans?
Oh no,
Why can't I
my
pick up my beans? My beans. Why can't I pick up my beans?
Oh no, go charge your
Quiet.
earbuds.
I
It's
don't
okay.
know.
Take care of yourself, okay, Doc? We're watching you, okay? We are watching
I guess I'll be
you.
back if I can't pick up my beans.
Watching you. Anyways,
Can you tell me what left?
Will do.
I had this Sanji. They're all like in little holders. This Sanji I have, this is like the favorite one that I got because he's just so cool looking. He's like the flamingo, but he's just really cool. He's one of the Like just shiny. Some left. I gave them all away. Yeah, that's okay. I want to go buy some more. I really hate how much the price of them are. Not all of them are super bad, but like, Awakening. It's the white ones.
Oh, you left the game now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, this one's just a really cool one. I hate whatever the white ones are. When I went into that card store, I felt so stupid in there. I didn't have my glasses on, so I couldn't fucking see what the name of the cards were. What's happening to you?
The fuck?
Welcome back.
I spawned it inside the coffee plant.
Oh. Well, that's new.
Yeah.
Since Pokemon.
Well, now you don't need to drink your coffee. You're good.
Yeah, they have.
Oh.
Because the price of the Awakening one is $30 for one booster pack.
Ew.
10 boxes today. I want 10 boxes. Where'd you
That's
get your
not worth
boxes?
it.
No, it's not. I wanted to get one and I was tempted, but since I hadn't bought any cards in general, I'm like, okay, no, let me get the cheaper ones that are like 7. 6 are sealed. Ooh. But yeah, I don't know why there's so much. The English cards are just really hard to get for some reason. I buy my boxes on TikTok. Is it actually worth buying it on TikTok?
Quick, no, come back.
Like, is it a good deal there? Because I'm tempted. I'm just very scared that they're not real. But also at the point, I just want pretty cards and put them somewhere. You know? Expensive compared. Yeah, I can find the Japanese and the Chinese one for so much cheaper. Which is kind of a crazy concept. I just want my pretty boys. What do we buy? Japanese? Okay.
Do
I almost bought some Japanese ones yesterday.
do we want to do the fair?
We can. We don't have to like do it hardcore though. Because we already got the top, right? I can just put cheese.
Yeah, we got the top prize, and you can only get the star drop once.
I'll just put a whole bunch of cheese in.
Take it, can't you? Or
I could take the short
vomiting
out
thing?
of the.
I'll just put a bunch of cheese.
Yeah, but that's. Yeah, but you can get the points by gambling.
Pretty cards are Chinese and Japanese is better since it's cheaper. True. I like them though. I do have a Monkey D. Luffy. These are very cute. Charlotte Puddin, a Cavendish,
Oh well.
and then my Sanji. It's just like a normal Sanji. But he's nice. I have Jinbi too. These together. I used to get
You know
some...
what I need to do? I need to try and buy more
Oh, that is
Pokemon
an
cards
event.
at some point.
Yes, you should. There's my event. I had one
And
random
quiet,
event.
can I force you to take like a day off of work to
Oh.
come to the city near me for the card fair next month?
The leaders. Ah.
Yeah. I can try and put that a couple days, like the day off or two for that.
Yeah,
Packs for different colors.
because
If
it's a Saturday. No, it's a Sunday, so you'd
I just gotta take a
have to
Monday and
travel
Tuesday
back
off.
on the Monday, I believe.
Yeah.
I do have a really
Yeah.
cool Frankie. He's just like normal, but
That
I
is
like them.
that is if you want to.
Like the normals are
I
just really
would.
fun. He's like
I know, but like
absolutely
I don't want
normal.
to force you if you don't want.
No, I want to go. I want to go.
just want to first.
The car's so expensive.
I was gonna say, yell it at me on Friday
I'll yell at you.
or on Thursday. Yeah.
I'll yell at you on Friday. I don't want to yell at you. Yeah, I'll yell at you.
I don't want to. Okay, I'll do it. Real as hell, real
Yeah, 'cause
as
I can,
hell.
like, if I put a request in on Friday, hopefully.
It's the middle of February, so you've got a
Gosh,
while.
right,
It's
yeah.
either the middle or the end of February. I have the
Yeah.
page saved,
Yeah.
so I can go.
See.
I'll yap to you about it on Friday
Let's do a little shopping.
or later on. if you want.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting
Yeah.
distracted immediately.
Please do.
Put that in there.
I'll help you buy the cards too.
Distracted? Never.
Is it this one? Exactly. I will opened up, though, to do something. I'll sell that. That'll be a lot of money. Yeah.
Spongy Bob.
Sponge me boy.
Spongy me boy. Are we doing the
Sponge boy,
bear
me
thing
Bob.
It's tomorrow. It
I don't
should
know if I can be asked.
tomorrow? Oh, okay.
I don't know if I could be asked to put so much effort in when we've already got the star drop. We've already got max
I'll
prize
just put in a lot
first
of
year.
cheese. I'm telling you.
I can throw in 8 prismatic shards in the Mayor's Lucky Purple Short if you'd like.
Sounds like fun.
What am I doing?
Yeah.
TikTok shop.
I do have his shorts. They are in my fish pond.
One piece.
Grateful.
TCG.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful. They're not gonna be bootleg.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the price. Because I'm like, how much?
Yeah.
I would personally go to like one of the like Card Kingdom or something like that if I
Our
wanted to get
card
those
shop
types of
is
cards.
so expensive. That was the
Yeah,
only
but it's
thing.
The scalpers go to them quiet.
oh, okay.
Also, I can look
Yeah,
at the
the
names
scalpers
of
moved
them.
on from Pokemon to One Piece.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
hopefully
One
the
Piece,
Pokemon market gets better then.
the One Piece, like,
Yeah, I know.
because they don't make as many English cards
Hmm.
for whatever reason, so it's extremely high priced. I want this one, which was
There's
the
no way
heroine.
they'll try and touch the Magic because cards in Magic are just everything changes so often. It's not worth it for scalpers.
They some do, but for the specialty ones, for like the Final Fantasy.
Oh,
reviews and
yeah.
stuff. Oh, that's fair. That's fair deal.
But then like it skyrockets at the start, but drops so quickly when
Yes.
people found like metas for shit and stuff.
Quiet. At some point, I need to get you to look at how much the Beedrill cards cost.
Yeah, I can do that.
ECG.
I'll do that for you.
My truffle oil is ready.
Yeah.
I didn't see truffle oil.
It's like,
Oh, don't
that's
eat it.
expensive.
Yeah, I'll look for you. Don't worry. And I got an account on there, so I can easily buy them for you.
Okay. Target.
Yeah, you don't have to buy them for me. I can send you the money.
Because I would like to buy a
Okay.
whole booster box.
Have a look how much they are on them,
You're not allowed to buy
like
things
Card
for
Kingdom.
me.
I don't know if we have Card King.
Yeah, Card Kingdom's yours. It's America.
Where the?
I believe so.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, because like
More.
I believe so.
It's amount of cookies. Oh, I don't have one here. They only have 4 locations.
Oh,
I could buy online, but
yeah.
because we have the
I
one.
go to places like that.
Oh, they only have magic.
Magic.
Sell your magic,
Magic.
cards. Nay.
Magic. I love magic cards. I need to buy more magic cards.
Wait, can I eat your magic cards?
It should be around 50, 60, maybe 40
That's a
bucks.
hell of a
That
pickup,
sounds about
man.
right.
Martin
Not
told me I
Tupperware,
needed to
not
eat your
truffle.
magic cards when you teach me how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make sure not to bring my nice cards.
Is there only one of these shops before I name drop them?
I'm gonna break into your house, so.
Oh, this one's
I'll give you a
not
key.
even-
It's fine.
Yeah, sorry to say this.
I'll just give you a key. It's fine.
Let's see.
One day I'll just like turn up and just
Yeah.
be like in your kitchen, you know.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll get a key cut out for you,
Yeah.
so you can come whenever you want.
You don't understand how tempted
Truffle
and like
oil.
how much we've been debating just getting a key for you, Quiet.
Oh, good luck, Shaylin. I love you. I'll
You know
fight.
I'd give you a key too,
You don't need to do that, silly.
but I wanna.
Is
Your
this
family.
in?
This is your
I
home
will
too.
buy you.
bite
I will
his
bite you.
ankles off. Arrives January. I could buy a whole box from Target. Oh, it's a Japanese. Hey, Japanese, English? It's the Japanese one. It is the one I want. Finish truffle oil! I'm just sitting here. I'm waiting for my truffle oil to finish. I think we only have the one
Truffles.
card shop. Oh, my iridium finished too. Do I have any more in my pocket? No. Truffle oil. Come on, truffle oil.
I think I'm gonna go upgrade my sheds today. Or tomorrow.
Ew.
No, not tomorrow, on Wednesday.
Oh, I need to change my house color. Do, 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 do. But yeah, either way, the One Piece cards are so
This
expensive.
bit looks so bad.
Yeah, they were really
It's like
cheap before. That's the funny thing. Like,
Yeah, I was talking to the guy when I was there, and he said like the market for it skyrocketed because people latched onto it for another, just for the collectors to then sell, and then collect and then resell and everything. The same with the Pokemon cards. Like the same type of people went to that immediately. I see them all over conventions now too. I'm like, you guys, I just wanted to look at cards. Started grading and it ruined the market. I love grading cards, especially really cool ones. That's fair. But they started grading so much stuff and I feel like it ruined a lot of like collectors, like just like casual collector hobbies.
yeah.
May I have my truffle oil? My truffle oil is still cooking. Okay, fine, truffle oil, I leave you. My playlist ended.
No.
I was like, why is it so...
Did you steal my shoes? The mannequin stole my shoes.
How rude.
Hey, what a bitch ass mannequin.
This is much harder to find.
Yeah.
Yeah. They really could have like just not picked up One Piece. That would have been nice. Because that's why the one single booster pack for the Awakening one is $30.
Turnip, it's nearly 1 in the morning.
City Girl. Oh my god, City Girl. I haven't listened to them in so long. Goofy Goober. When Nintendo chilled music to focus work to study. 2000s baddie playlist. Red guitar. Why bother? Silly Shark Core. You're a spy. You are a spy who is about to be exposed, but the image is a cat. The image is a cat in a classical painting. Nintendo music to work at home. Things to get done. Believe in yourself. Focus playlist. Thank you. Class make you feel like yeah, let's do this one. God, I love cats. Hey Nova, welcome back. I think
You guys are so cool.
no,
No, you're
you.
so cool.
Oh, my husband.
Husband. I forgot about you.
No,
I'm sorry.
I genuinely don't think I've talked to him in a couple of days.
The coolest around you guys.
Thankfully, Elliot just likes to hang out at the fridge, so I just get to talk to him when I leave.
Hell
Just
yeah.
like me, for real, for reals. Yippee! Stream streak! Good job, good job. Oh, I need to put this way. What if I just put all iridium bars into the thing? What weird flex would that be? Have I made enough cheese? My truffle oil's ready.
No. Never enough cheese.
Grab cheese. Silly.
Cheeb. Cheeb. My tummy
May I have
made a
some cheese?
noise. Maybe.
You sure can have some more.
Maybe, my lord, maybe. Oh no, the truffles are down here, my lord.
I eat at the truffle.
No. Sorry, animals. I need to check if there's truffles.
Where did my egg go?
Okay.
Ah.
Nothing. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 79. 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah,
Cheese.
Stardew Valley VOD.
Don't worry, I got cheese. I'm literally bringing all cheese. We are.
Give me a sec. I can bring the mayor's lucky purple shorts if you'd like.
Yes.
To put in the. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta go
That'll
get
be
the fish them out of my fish
centerpiece.
pond. They're gonna be like
Soggy.
sad in a bit.
They're gonna be
Soggy.
soggy
I
shorts.
was gonna say damp, but I think damp is worse.
Yeah.
Moist.
I don't know if I can just throw these out to you. I can't just throw these out to you, so I'm gonna have to put them in a chest.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Put it by
Yeah.
whatever that though.
I'm gonna put it in the flower one. The one with the
Okay.
flowers. It's in that chest.
Wahoo, wahoo, wahoo.
Wahoo, wahoo, wahoo.
Okay.
Yay! Yay!
I'm now on my way.
Crunch my
Yay.
leg. Ow.
Oh,
There we go.
Hello.
Man, I want more One Piece
Oh, wow.
cards. But I just want Sanji Zoro. I just want the hot men. I want Ace. Let me have Ace. I traded your. What prizes do you got? Did you? I don't even think I want to play the games this time.
The same every year. Yeah. I'm just here to talk to everyone. Did you know there's like a grill up here that you can just eat burgers?
Yes.
There's a grill up here. You can eat as much as you want.
Give me a bark order and then I'll embarrass the. I'm hungry. Give me more.
We ate that at the exact same time.
Synchronized eating. A true sport.
Quiet, are you good over there?
I'm all good.
Mhm.
Just checking some things.
Yes, please grade the display. Oh my god, he took so long to walk.
He does that.
Cheese.
Ah,
That's your shorts, sir. There you go. What are you doing?
I may have miscalculated. There we go. It's okay. I'm free now.
You and I.
So I'm talking to everybody so that I can get the friendship with everyone. And I wanted to go talk to Harvey, but he's behind both of the kids, and the kids like move, so I had to move. Like I had to wait for them to move in certain places. So that like, you know, I could actually talk to them, and and they fucking trapped me.
I also would just like to say, Lewis said you was that some sort of sick prank? Those are very private. Here, take 750 tokens and don't tell a soul. Now go clean up the box and bring me my item tomorrow. No, you're not getting it back. I will shame you forever.
Can I put it back in my fish pond?
Yes. That's where mine are.
See, we can't put it in the soup. If we put it in the soup,
It's
then
gone forever.
Then we lose them forever. Yeah.
Also, hey bud, how are you doing? Did I talk to Abigail?
Quiet, are you gonna fish?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, I
hate
actually gotta
Demetrius.
talk to Mela. Good about that.
This guy's wife. I think I missed my calling. No, you didn't. Start doing something. Kent is so fucking funny.
One day somebody has to put them in the luau, because there's special dialogue and stuff that you get from that.
I have
I
a
believe
pair
the
of purple
governor fishes
shorts.
the pants out.
Oh god, is this my child? I think so. It's by Sebastian. Why is it
It's
always
one of our
my
children.
child?
Wow.
It's all over
I
children
think it's
combined
because
in
you're
one.
the
God, fucking leave the kid at home.
no. Only I'm allowed to leave my children at home.
Yeah, no one's fucking watching them at all.
She's just a demon baby. The other one can't get out of the crib yet. It's okay.
You left her at home. Oh, is this where the kids trapped you?
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Okay. I see what you mean. We're stuck there. You know, I don't actually want this playlist. That will tickle your brain. Autistic playlist for when they lock you in the rubber of rats. To become dyslexic.
I think we gotta be autistic play. Oh my god, can we become dyslexic by
Okay.
listening to the
Yeah, let's do that one.
Can we listen to this
It's already a part
playlist
way in
to
too.
become dyslexic? Hell yeah.
You guys want it? I'll just give you my brain.
Mexican?
I don't want it anymore.
Ooh, what Mexican food are you gonna get? I don't need to know my future. Bow, 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 bow. Shut up. Oh my
Yeesh.
god. Ow, Abigail. You're in my way. Oh, I didn't talk to everybody up top. I just ate the burger and left. I'm not even reading what they say. I ate another burger. Oopsie. I'm trying to get to Elliot and Maru. I'm sorry, Maru. Your wife is asleep. She's in long slumber. My day's been great. I have my friends here. My silly little goobers. Okay.
I'm quiet. Do you want to look at what I sent you on Instagram real quick? I think you'll like it.
Yes. Oh, sorry, my phone was on charge. I'll grab it now.
We are all done for whoever is. Well, we leave whenever we all want to leave. I'm gonna think about my silly little D&D character.
My god, it's a baby.
Wait. There's more.
But wait.
It's clearly one of those two.
There's more. Oh, it
They
don't
aren't
matter.
paying attention to the game.
I was
it
the
don't
first
matter.
one to leave. I was the first one to leave.
I'm like, there's no rush.
I'm coming now, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You want to play game down there, you play game.
He wasn't playing games. He was playing on Instagram.
He was.
He was playing fishing.
No, he was playing the fish. He was fishing.
Sure.
He was.
I can do two things.
No,
at
I'm
once.
sending him shit. I've been sending him shit. He said his phone was.
My phone's
I
actively
have
on
no
my feet.
unread messages.
Yeah, caught fish. Alright, come on now.
Fuck you. I'm trying to think of what character. Fuck. Your birthday? Don't
I'm
worry,
on my
bud.
way.
Go take care. My broccoli ready. My broccoli was ready. Broccoli stay. Broccoli. Wrong chest. Wrong chest. Guess I'm gonna sell this cheese now. Oh, do you want the shorts? I'm gonna put them back in the flower chest.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Wow. That there.
Thank you.
That doesn't go there. That. That can go there.
I'm gonna go put this back with the fish.
Fuck
Fish.
yeah.
The fish deserve their decoration
They
back.
deserve to eat
Yeah.
good.
They ain't eating these.
They could try. What time is it? Okay. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Holy shit. Our
we go.
ancient fruit
Holy shit,
is ready.
Oh yeah, it's been popping off. I've been gathering it past few times.
God damn.
God damn.
Ow.
Sorry.
My gosh. I know it's late. I'm just gonna go
Okay.
into Car's house.
Kept thinking of what is his
Car.
face? Mr. Poopy Butthole from from Rick and Morty, where he goes, God damn.
I have enough time. I have enough time.
God damn.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay.
Plenty of time.
Oh, I have plenty of time. Holy shit, we have a stack of 300. And one of those.
I've been gathering them. I've been stealing them.
I'm gonna steal
I've
a
been
whole bunch
stealing them
too.
whenever I put my things.
I'm stealing its community.
True.
It's stealing.
That one's at least in the community chest.
I like stealing.
There we go.
Okay, that's fair. At some point, I need to go over to the other office building.
You should do that. I mean, we probably won't stream super long
Don't
today
want to.
anyways.
Yeah, but how often do I get to actually play with you?
Yeah, but I'm
Once
just
every
saying
2 weeks minimum.
we shouldn't be streaming too long. So you should be able to go over soon.
Oh, eventually. I am missing this.
It's raining again. I'm gonna put myself
during work hours.
back to bed.
Oh.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab snack.
Don't fall
I'll
in.
give you messy.
Yeah.
Just wrap your arms around yourself.
Glenn.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey Kai.
What's up, Quiet?
Abba.
Hey, go back. Upwa.
Abba.
Hee 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 hee.
Abba.
Gotta go.
You're gonna go kill some slems.
Maybe come back here. Then I gotta go water my plants here.
Oh god, I get really fixated. I gotta check these gates that close them.
Yeah, don't let all
Anybody
my
have
animals.
Combat 9 yet and can make Iridium banned?
I think I'm only at combat 5.
I'm at 7.
I need to go into the mines. I might take today as a mines day.
Yeah.
After I've upgraded my stuff. Gonna go put the monster musk on and go kill some things. Thank you, Robin, for sending me your one in the mail.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell? Look at that.
Huh?
Beets all over my farm. I forgot I planted beets because I was in the middle of a thing and I faced it. I'm like, cool, beets. What were those for?
Who is harvesting an aggressive amount of plants?
I have no idea what you're trying to say.
No, I could just hear somebody picking up plants really loudly in my ear, but it wasn't me.
Well, I was picking up beets. I'm not right next to you, so I don't know. That's weird.
I don't know.
Magic?
Yeah.
Mayor Lewis's fridge.
Yeah.
You gotta break into his house and put things in his fridge. Because he's incompetent, I guess.
Gave the sand dragon his last meal. What the?
Oh, so in the desert, there's this dragon skeleton, right?
Yeah.
And you gotta go put either a solar or a void essence in its mouth.
Oh, no.
So you put it in your hand and interact with it.
Solar essence. Okay.
What level should I go to?
All of them.
I don't know.
All
Whatever
the
one you want.
levels. I'll go 65.
Remember where I got that? Okay.
550 wood. And then 300 stuff.
As Nessie commands.
5. And then 300 stuff.
I haven't finished this quest on mine because I still can't find a damn rainbow shell. It just won't spawn. Funny.
I believe there is a summer exclusive thing.
Lumber pile beside your house.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the one in the island, right?
No, the one at your actual... but it might be Sarah's house, actually.
Oh,
It's probably Sarah's house. Yeah, because she's got it blocked off, actually. You know when you look at Sarah's house and then there's that vase there? That's what you want to interact with the wood behind there. Mm-hmm.
the what?
The vase. But Sarah, as I said, Sarah's got it blocked off, so you'll have to talk with her about moving the stuff.
I don't know where you're talking about, is why.
At her I literally said at her house, there's a freaking lantern, a chicken statue, and a vase on her little landing.
See, you're losing me at
That
vase.
bit.
Because I didn't know what
It's a
vase you were
vase.
talking
It's a big
about.
vase.
It's not a obsidian thing, but
It is. It's literally called an old vase.
the obsidian.
Yeah, the
Vase,
obsidian
yeah, okay.
vase or whatever it is.
Oh, the
Yeah.
obsidian base. Got it.
I would like my game to be unfrozen, please. I had plans
So
to do today.
Oh, I see where you're talking about.
Yes.
Chicken leg.
I would have taken a screenshot for you, but as I said, my screen is literally black right now. Thank you, Robin, for deciding that I get to work.
Have a big
Like-
shed.
There we go.
What the hell happened?
I've been in that cutscene for 3 in-game hours.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. I'm so sorry. I went to go find a snack. Didn't succeed.
Welcome back.
I'm just gonna sit in my house. I'm just gonna sit in my fucking house. Hi, Kev. How you doing? I should have put my cup away. Oopsie. Kev, I don't know what character to fucking pick. Yippee! Yippee! You lived. Oh, I have mail. Oh.
You've got mail.
Shane sent me mail.
Probably spam.
He sent me food. At least it's useful. Pepper poppers. What character? I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know what to pick. I don't know what to do. That's a crazy amount of berries.
All berries.
And no one's utilizing it? Entirely correct. Entirely correct, Kev. I need to. I'm the one who desperately needs it, but I keep forgetting. But now I'm
I will
stuck.
message you, Kev. It's just I am Stardew, and I've also been preparing a lot of things for when quiet comes down.
Yeah.
That's just so funny. I've opened myself. I'm available, and no one's utilizing it. So real. Sunflower. Sunflower. Triple. 5,000. I just don't know what character to do.
That rock looks very
Just
suspicious.
spin a wheel.
Not the spin the wheel. There's so many choices. So many choices.
It's whatever he signed into the Google Play Store with.
Google.
Best I can do is that help him walk him through resetting his password.
Oh. Not the password issues. Oh.
That's an iPhone. Me. There should not be a Gmail password.
It's been taken out of the vault. You just have the D&D books safely secured. Safely secured, tucked away. And they
Well, yeah, they cost a lot.
They do, bro. Oh my god. Also, those things are really fucking, like, hefty.
Well, we like crayons. Give me...
All is good in your own time. Give me choices. I will choose for you. I will choose for you. Well, good for you, because I have a
I have
list.
new duckies, yes.
I do, in fact.
Yes.
I have a list, Kev. One of them cannot be chosen. And shall await for, further usage, and that is cat. Cat will not be built yet. Cat, I have no fucking idea, though, but cat will be built eventually.
Yes, cat.
It's when we level up next. I just need help building my character with the subclass, but we
that's
haven't leveled
real.
up yet, so there's no point doing it yet.
That's fair. There's so many choices. I love D&D, but I hate it.
I love D&D.
Unironically, now have a D&D journal, but because my mom gave me most literally, let me grab this. Most literally gave me a fucking book journal. Like this
Hell
this
yeah.
shit is fucking massive. Like, I I gotta use it for something, and I don't know what to fucking use it for, so I guess it's gonna be used for D&D.
The D&D.
Like, this thing is like
Oh shit, I gotta make it
book.
home.
Oh
He's
crap!
been
I need to
killing
come back.
bats all day.
Oh.
I've literally just killed bats all
I
day.
could put stickers on it!
That is if it. Okay, there we go.
I could put whole stickers on them.
Hi, Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
But I also need to talk to Kevin about if he'll let me do Path, because Path of the Totem has a 2024 version called, I believe it was called like Path of the Wild Heart. And I need to see if he'll let me do Totem because I cannot find any information on Wild Heart
I feel like he would, because in his message
without
to me...
buying it.
Oh, fair. Real.
Yeah,
I
ain't
mean,
freaking
he
buying
should,
it.
because
I
when he
can't be
told me
arsed.
stuff, if you can't find it, use the 2014.
Totem lets me do bear. You know?
Cat?
Totem
Toward
lets me do
bear?
bear for like all of them. Mm-hmm.
Coffee.
But then if I do the Wild Heart, it only lets me pick bear once instead of all of the times. It makes me pick other animals the other times, and I'm like, no,
I
wanna be
want just
bear.
bear.
Maybe bear. Yeah. It's like it lets me pick bear at level 3, but it also doesn't let me pick bear any other time. And I'm like, boo.
That sounded like you were trying to scare somebody. Boo!
Yeah.
But yes. Boo to that. We don't like that.
Oh, bye, Turnip.
I saw that
freaking
happen
died.
in real time because I just saw your hat disappear.
No, my hat. Oh, Turnip's still in the game. How long are we gonna be here for?
Oh no.
Well, let's talk D&D.
Well,
What was I gonna say?
D&D, I love my silly barbarian. I love Koa so fucking much.
I was gonna say something.
Like,
I was gonna ask.
just...
It's so cute though. You just big paws.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Big paws.
I made a sketch for how I want Koa to look. And it's...
Yeah.
And it's really cute.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I want to commission my friend. I need to find an outfit for what he's gonna wear. And then he's gonna, then I'm gonna commission and then get a silly little sketch of what my boy is gonna look like. What giggling in the background? Why, what are you doing?
Nothing.
What have you done?
I've done nothing. I've done nothing.
What have you done?
It's nothing this time. I'm just hee.
Every time you hee, I get scared though, because every time you hee, I get an email from Steam or from you saying that you've commissioned somebody, and then I get the funny hee message.
The ominous hee.
Mm-hmm.
No teehees this time, I promise.
Tee. See, like, I don't know if I want to. Oh my god, what would I want to build? I know what I want to build.
I don't know. All I know is cats.
I know you only know cats, and that is completely acceptable. That is acceptable.
I can't help. I'm so sorry.
I can't stop it.
My addiction.
I know little bits, but then again, I've also only really played Fairy, Leonin. I played Shapeshifter once for the one shot we did. And then also I homebrewed a mouse.
Homebrew mouse. I feel like you need to be a mouse again. No, you need to be mouse when we do all
gotta
cats.
see if I have to see if Kevin will let me because he was a little annoyed. But I was like, I have this already built at the level. Is it okay yes, it's homebrew. I know it's homebrew. Can you have a look at it? Is that okay? And then he was really begrudging to accept it. But he did accept it, which is the important thing.
Begrudging.
So he might let me play a mouse again. He might let me play a mouse again. If not, then I'll just play Bear.
True, then
I
play
can be
Bear.
Thomas. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have backup.
Yeah. Because like I could play Finn as like a barbarian or like a rogue type character,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't want to really, because that's not who he is. But I could play Thomas as like a cleric or like a warlock, which is who he is.
That would
So
be
that's
cute.
perfect. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because in my little universe that I've been writing, Finn is canonically. So, you know.
Love.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, the music got so silly right now too. I'm gonna put it on this one. It got so silly. It was like clown music playing. Oh.
Hello? Are you alive?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
We've just been sat waiting for you.
That was such a saddest. We've been waiting. Sat at the
Yeah.
dinner table waiting. I'm still just like, I want to be a druid so badly because I fell in love with druid because of Baldur's Gate, but for some reason my brain does say do that cleric.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry.
It's okay.
Somebody needed to
That's
install a free
okay.
app on an iPhone and don't know their password.
You're all good.
I forget I have a
I was
TV.
on there. I'm like, what the hell did I get kicked out for? Jesus.
TV. Don't
Like, I
pick
see how
that
it
up.
is. Y'all don't want me to play with you.
Oh, we be waiting for you.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I thought the day was going to last longer. It's usually
Oh,
14
real.
minutes. Oh.
Oh my god, my broccoli. Pam sent me a battery in the... I almost said a battery in the phone. In the mail. Not in the phone.
A phone and the battery.
Yeah. Just a phone and the battery.
Yeah. Oh my god, Elliot.
Pew, pew, bow, bow. But I want to be druid.
Oh.
I just like turning into an
If you want
owl
to be druid,
bear.
then be druid.
It's just so funny turning into an owl bear. My friend said at the end of our BG3 run the past few times, it was just, sorry, I can't do that. I'm an owl bear. Hey, look at this. Look at this. I'm an owl bear. Oh, sorry, can't fit through there. I'm an owl bear. Because I was just constantly an
That's
owl
fantastic.
bear. I was living as an owl bear for a good portion of that run.
Sometimes you just gotta live as a bear.
I do. I really do.
You know?
Why the
And
frick
when
is
you
the...
can't do that, live as an owl bear.
But I could also be in the sea. I'm like, what does my heart say? What little character do I want to invest my time in? All of them. So many of them. I need more seeds.
Oh,
Time to go
I forgot
to
Which
Probe is
star drop did
self-star
you
drop.
get?
Carabas!
Yeah. I still need to buy mine, but I'm saving up my money.
I think I'm broke.
Yeah, I'm down to 110,000. I should probably sell some things.
Real as hell. Oh, I have a lot of
You
money.
guys know more money than me.
I need to upgrade.
Good.
Sea cucumber,
I've-
chili.
I've been between 23 and 30k for the whole of this year.
Consistent.
Mm-hmm.
That's not 5. I can count. That's not what I wanted to buy. Oopsie. Too late.
That day.
I have to go away and kill some monsters.
Monsters.
Alright.
Yep, I have extra seeds. Oh
5, 4,
well.
3, 2, 1, 5, 3,
Bam, bam,
5,
bam,
4,
bam.
3, 2, 1.
Now I just have this giant journal sitting in front of me still. Bam, 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 bam. I should just make a binder, a proper binder.
Binder? I hardly know.
That's what I'm saying. I hardly know her, but like, no, nothing, no. Ceiling. My mouth. Oh yeah, I have a battery in my pocket. I should spin this. Whoever said spin the wheel earlier, I might just end up spinning the wheel. Do I got a sea cucumber? No, I don't. Okay. Time to go to the beach. Kev, what do you think I should play?
I think you should play Druid or Cleric. I think they would suit your playstyle best.
Druid. Druid is such a funny word. Druid. I could just be a cat. Transform into cat.
Yes.
House
Yes.
cat.
Yes.
Okay, Kev
Yeah.
says cleric. Okay, so the big top winner is cleric and druid. I got
They suit
broccoli
your
on the beach.
playstyle best.
It does, it does. I do want to be a rogue, and that was a little jingle in my brain. I was like, being rogue mid, like, randomly joining is very funny in brain.
Well, it makes sense as well.
The sorcerer jingle. Fuck. Hold on. Fishing. What is... Is sorcerer by... I almost said is sorcerer by cult? Is...
Um...
I hope that...
God, what is sorcerer?
Sorcerer by... Not by cult. Not by cult. I keep on saying cult.
Sorcerer is by... A sorcerer, I think, is you born with it. Versus wizard is you learn. At school, you go school.
And warlock is
A warlock is you get it from a person. Yeah, you sell your soul.
Okay. I can't ever say that word.
That's what that is.
Patron.
Patron.
Yeah, because I always want to say Patreon. So fuck that website.
Yeah.
Ruin it.
Nerd.
Ruined it forever. Also, a sea cucumber frenzy started at the beach, which was absolutely perfect timing because that's exactly what I needed. Fuck.
Hell yeah.
Except also I'm just watching sea cucumbers jump out of the water and I don't think that's how that works.
It is now, I guess.
It is now. In Stardew Canon, it is now. I got some ideas to sleep on. That's crazy. Haven't seen that in a while.
So what is that? Iron edge. I'm just killing slimes. Yep, killing slimes and dust sprites for the gold. Oh, turnip's gone.
I just gotta go.
That's fair.
Yeah, you take care.
Work important.
No. I don't think so, but whatever.
It's
I
money.
need to go show somebody how to physically log in.
I love this. I love that.
How do you get logged out of your email?
Well, it's a new device, and they don't know how to type in their password.
Oh,
I love
I've
people.
been there.
It's a trucking company, dude.
Oh boy. It's a Thursday.
They pay me a really decent salary to sit here and play video games all day. I ain't complaining.
True.
Nah, that's
Who am I
fair.
going to? Jody.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay,
Love
goodbye.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, you. She's not in that one. Which house do I need to go to? Jody, please be in here.
I don't know.
Jody's not home.
She lives in the blue one.
She's not home. Oh. She's about to get home. Don't eat it. Give it to her.
Oh, are you gonna do the largemouth bass quest? No, you just walk into her house with it at the right time.
Oh no, I had sea cucumber she wanted.
Oh, sea cucumber. Oh, okay.
Sea cucumber. I love you, Car.
Car.
You have
Oh.
awoken quite late. But that's okay. Can I smoke these?
Yes.
Yeah, you can smoke any fish.
Can I open up the right chest?
Why is there like 5
No.
skeletons here?
No, I
Why?
can't.
Where are you?
The mines.
Bow, 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 bow.
Yeah, what floor?
71.
Do, 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 do.
Okay, cause I was gonna say because I'm on 59.
Do you want me to come to
I'll
your
keep-
level?
No,
Fishing. I'll keep farming. For you,
no,
Car.
I'm grinding out.
Anytime.
I'm killing shit. I'm trying to hit the monster slayer goals.
Yeah.
So if you come down here, you're gonna kill the stuff as well, and then I'm not gonna hit the goals.
Me as fuck. Oh, wrong one. Skadoosh.
I haven't hit any of the goals really because I just don't go into the mines. I've spent the entire game farming,
That's fair.
so I'm trying to grind out my combat level now.
I finished, I think, 3 or 4 of them. And I'm close to the slime one. And by close, I mean halfway.
Well, I'm like 800, 700 off that. Could be a long
Yeah,
time.
before I went into the mines yesterday, I was at 323 out of a.
Hell yeah. I should just go skull cavern. If I explode them, does that count as killing them?
I don't know.
I don't think so. 'cause
Well, exploding them does, like, exploding rocks doesn't count as mining experience, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna take that as
awesome.
the same way.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Finally, an infested floor.
Thank you.
Oh, yippee.
Don't eat this. Yippee. Hi, Gar. I love you. I miss you. I keep on quoting Amadeus still. It's painful. I miss my friends. I miss working a show. Everybody else is busy because they're
miss
working
my
a show, and then there's
friends
us, Gar.
Oh, wait, down has appeared? Hell yeah.
Car, I haven't been putting in auditions. It's been awful. It has been awful. I just need to do that.
Put in auditions, Sydney.
I know! I've been cleaning up my room, truth be told. And then getting back into editing.
Same.
Should I put another tree here? I should. An audition in a
Yes.
million years? Real as hell. Yes? Okay. More trees shall be gathered. I don't know what type trees. I know I have a lot of peach up here.
I don't know.
Might be another pomegranate. Just have a variety.
I can't wait till I can get them. What I need to do is I need to get mango and the tree.
Mango. We love that.
Those are the last 2 trees I need.
Wahoo! That's quite a lot. Want to do something? No, that's so real. I'm in like the off time of my work, so it's like the perfect time to go do stuff, but I haven't. So I'm like, well, okay. Well then. I need to go to the...
One day I'll level up in combat.
What the freak is that called? To the island! I just need to not die.
Yay! I only want to go into the volcano dungeons when I hit level 10. I
That's
do not
fair.
feel confident enough going in there without that.
I just want those silly little boots.
Oh, the Cinder Clown shoes.
Yeah. Those silly little boots.
They're like 50 cinder shards or something.
Yeah. I almost
Or
have
like
enough.
100?
I think 100. 100 sounds closer.
Yeah. But they are in fact the best shoes in the game. Because they have plus, what is it, plus
Exactly.
5 in each?
Where did I get sent?
Yeah, it's like plus 5 in defense and plus 5 immunity or something.
Didn't read it.
I've made it down
Oh,
15
no.
floors
How do I react to something? There we go. Okay.
there.
There's
It's
some-
midnight, gang.
I'm in bed. Oh
Get
no.
your ass to bed.
Bing Bong's.
On my
Oh
way.
yeah, that's the last time I opened up Twitter. Bing Bong's doing great. Bing Bong from Peak. Bing Bong from Peak, living his best life.
Bing bong.
I love Bing Bong from Peak. He was
Mhm.
so depressed, and now he's happy again.
He misses his wife, Tails.
Why was he talking?
Women.
You know what? So I'm gonna
Oh.
have a sleepover. Okay.
They're doing a live action God of War series?
Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
I like this Twitter post. Rare footage of Leon not doing a backflip to dodge a chainsaw. He's a changed man.
Mm-hmm.
That is the funniest shit. I leveled up in fishing! Do I want to be a pirate? Fish are worth more 50%. Ooh. Fish worth.
Fish.
Worth more.
Fish.
Worth
Angler.
more.
Fish money.
Angler.
Fish money.
Angler. Angler? I hardly know her.
I hardly know her.
Somebody should stop me. I'm
Excuse me.
scrolling on Twitter. I don't do this.
Ew.
I just do it to find artwork to add to my phone.
Ew. Twitter.
Yes.
Oh my God, your baby.
Twitter. What about my baby?
about
It's scary, I know.
Your baby was just there, and I'm like, oh, you have a baby.
Oh, I don't think I'm
Hello.
allowed to leave my
Quick,
house.
Quick.
Car, my baby's like about to have a face off. Okay, I won't leave, kid. I won't leave, I promise.
I missed.
Fish go blub. Fish go blub. Oh, I finished decorating my entire house car. Yeah, I kind of put the scary mask
No.
on the mannequin. Why did I not put one right there? Eh? Oh well. This is the house. We got the little kitchen. I got my living room that expands out to over here. I have my little quiet room there, and then a little reading room down here.
Have a room, a me room.
I like this little section. We got this. Don't look at the mannequin. Kids' room. Cow. And then this little awkward room that will open up to the attic. So yeah. Oh, good lord. The baby's not squaring up anymore. She was just posed up staring at me.
Today.
Back into mines. How many days ago, Susan?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to floor 40 so I can grind out the dust sprites for the burglaring.
Fuck yeah. I know. I need to grind out dust bites. Sput, pipe.
Close enough.
Close enough. Welcome back to Doom Bright. I've been taking care of your farm. Car. Cute as hell. Cute as hell. Thank you. Your farm is a little bit in shambles. Don't worry about it though. I've been doing my bestest.
Oh my god, do I have a big shed now? I have a bit. Oh, I'm gonna have to reorganize every.
Oh god, they left
Fuck
truffles
it, we're not going to the
everywhere.
mines today. Well, I can't go to the mines today. I can't do it. I've got to go
Corn's
organize
ready.
everything.
You're gonna have a lot of corn, Car. A heck of a lot of corn. Oh, I missed one. There we go.
What's wrong?
I'll take these.
And then
You know, just gonna stack the corn somewhere else. There, I like the chute box. Corn with the other corn. You have a heck of a lot of corn. Corn, yes. Animals have fun. They're having fun and they have food. They still have their Christmas tree. They give me truffle oil, which is how I've been making a living. So it's been quite great. I've made so much money from truffle oil. Truffle oil, the goat. What was I doing on my phone? I was scrolling on Twitter. It's like, what was I doing? I need to go fishing now. No, I need to go into the mines. Maybe I go to Skull Cavern. Boom. Boom. Maybe I just go there. Maybe Christmas all year round. Yeah! Except in my house now. But I have 4 Christmas trees.
Christmas just a week away. Oh my god, guys! I can't believe it. Christmas just a week away.
It is a week away. Can't wait.
What floor are you on,
Stop being
Quiet?
sappy. I'm gonna cry.
I am on 45.
45. Okay, what do I want to fight?
Like I said, I love and appreciate you so much, Kai.
I love and appreciate
Quiet,
you so
I
much.
will get your ass.
I love and appreciate you.
I appreciate you
My
so
favorite little
much. So
human.
much for having me with my
Bye.
family.
Oh.
You mean so much to me.
Quiet, I'm gonna fucking get you.
I will be your brother in every universe.
Ah!
It's just the loud, open mouth. Ah. Real as hell. Get his ass. Bite his ankles off.
I'm gonna get his ass.
Christmas just around the corner. Just a
He's
week
happy.
away.
Mhm.
Just a week
It's like,
away.
it's like when you pick up your cat, it's already picked up, so you just go, ah.
It's what I say when I'm feeling too many things and I don't know what.
The overwhelmed scream.
Ah!
I don't think I like this
Yeah.
floor.
Christmas just a week away. Oh my god, guys.
Just a week away. Deep line.
You know what is just a week away? Aquarium.
Aquarium. I don't really need to be here.
Oh, it's not lined up. The big shed, you failed me.
No. Not the big shed.
Okay, that's it. Okay, that's
billion
it. I need to
punches.
change it.
Yeah! Bait that shit on him! Only here on Twitch. Only here on Twitch would you hear that.
Get his ass.
Beat his ass! Me the past few nights Jordan just... give me a... Let me just go catch a flight and then I'll come beat your ass.
I don't need sleep. I
Reynard!
need answers.
Hi, Reynard.
Why do you need
Hi,
answers?
hun. Hi, hun.
I've already beaten the shit
I
out of
appreciate
skeletons.
you. You're so cool.
I need bats. I got a chair.
Look at the big... Gang, this big
What
shed
else?
is causing me
Cheese?
anxiety because it's
Delicious.
wrong.
Do you need me to move it?
The hell is cheese? Cheese is fermented. No, it's the inside. It's the interior.
Oh. Even worse.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Cheese.
I love cheese. That's what I had as a snack because I couldn't find anything else. And then we
Cheese is
tried
just-
this one sausage and it wasn't it. And I'm very sad because I bought it and oh well.
No.
Cheese is just moldy
Smell.
milk.
You're so right. I love mold. I love mold.
It's the mold of your walls telling you that.
It's the worms. God, why are these slimes fast as fuck, bro? Cheese is yummy.
Those away.
Go over. Oh, hello.
Oh,
Scared the shit out of me.
hello.
Oh, I forgot about Reina. Your trees are still here. They live on.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's
They'll
our
look in eventually.
it's our free wood farm anyway, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do. You haven't gotten that. None of us go over there. None of us, like... I forgot about them.
Reynard, none of us, like, live over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we gave it to you, to just, like, you can do whatever you want.
None of us live there, so you could do whatever the fuck you wanted with it.
They're literally just there. Dishonor? Dishonor to you? Dishonor to your family? Dishonor to your trees? No, just none of us.
My tree.
I don't go
What
there.
did my trees do?
I don't know.
Don't eat
I only came here
trees.
to fight some slimes. Because I was like, oh yeah, there's a lot of slimes in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, fuck it.
We find the ladder.
Because I also
Have you
just
tried
Oh.
eating the ladder?
eat it.
That'll help you.
Gold.
Do, 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 do. Oh, that's gonna hit me. I want more.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on
Sure.
the table like a big
Give me more
fucking
prime.
cock.
That's what I want,
Show
actually.
everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and
Yeah.
slap that prime on
29,
the
and then I
fucking
just
table
added
right
10
now.
more. So that's 39, and then
Big
7, and then I
boomba.
added 17.
Big boomba.
17, and then 39. A lot, a fuck ton of ancient.
math. Oh my god.
That's why it's just a fuck ton of ancient fruit. Yeah, I have 39 kegs going right now,
Frick yeah.
and I need 15 more.
Skull, fight
And
me.
then I have, I believe,
That's a
what
weird
is it?
guy. That was a weird guy.
17. Maybe? If I'm going.
God, they eat
It's a
me.
fuck ton of ancient fruit.
Frick yeah. What are these, like, blue skeletons? What are
They're
they?
fancy skeleton.
Why they gotta be fancy?
I don't know, for shits and giggles.
That's how I'm gonna be showing up to your guys' party as a high elf. But then I'll be broke. Be like, I have no money. Where'd the skull go?
I wonder how Kevin's gonna link it. I hated it.
No.
I wonder how Kevin's gonna link you to, like, being in the party.
Yeah, because he asked me for a little bit of lore, like backstory. And I told him, okay, I need to figure out who I'm being first. And then I could tell you.
Yeah, because once you do, you can tell us, and then we can, like, you know, be silly.
Me silly, yeah, wahoo! Into bed?
Yeah.
I was asleep, oh my god, go to bed! Go the fuck to sleep.
Yeah!
Have good evening.
Please!
Don't make me catch
Reynard,
a
I
flight
will
and
go
fly
over
over
there,
there.
and I will
Yeah.
yours.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll fly to Kai, pick up Kai, and then we'll come over to you, and then we'll get your ass. We'll beat the shit out of you and make you go sleep.
Yeah.
And then we'll sit around the bed watching it,
Yeah.
just like, you wake up.
Oh, you can just
Shit.
you can use a good night stick.
Gone.
Yeah, we'll go. Quiet, it's 11 p.m. by the way.
Oh shit!
I know, I'm trying to run out of my mind. I'm trying to get the fuck
But
out
I
of
need
here.
some more to sleep.
Leave mine.
Oh.
Oh god, I gotta traverse the trees.
Oh,
Up, up, up.
ow, 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 ow.
Traversing the trees was very difficult. There we go. Bus stop. Do we want to do one more day? And then call it?
I will do as many days as you want it.
Whatever you
Same.
want, me lord. We'll do one more then.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't go there.
Hi.
Mm.
What time is it? Okay. Nope, that doesn't go there. So I'm getting hit with the Eevee.
Mood.
Mhm.
I got a dark sword. Oh, I love the dark sword. It's a
Ooh.
vampiric. What was I looking up on my phone? Oh, it was on Twitter. I was looking at art. Art.
No, don't look at Twitter now.
It's too late.
Don't give
I'm
them the
on it
voices.
already. I'm already here.
Ah, I made a lot of money today.
Hell yeah.
I made 136,000 money today.
Oh my god.
I made a lot of money today.
A lot of the balloons.
Yeah. Spreading waste caught damage to my farm? Fuck off. Is my baby at crawling age yet? Can I still throw my baby?
Oh, I forgot I own Clear Obscure.
Yay!
Oh, my husband. Oh, I was putting down the floor edging. I never finished
The
it.
floor.
I was edging the floor. There's only one.
Mhm.
I didn't finish it. I'm like, oh.
Hey,
Sorry.
quiet. Do you want to come look at the big shed and how it infuriates me?
Yeah.
Right? You remember how the other there's a gap down here. There's gonna be a gap down here.
Oh.
Because if it was one taller, then it wouldn't be a gap, and then I would be able to have like another line more, and then it would be nice and even.
Yeah. That's
But I
annoying.
can't. That is annoying. But like,
That's
if I put it down here, it's better, because then if I put it up here, then because of the chest being there, but like with all of my my ancient fruit wine in, I can't. Yeah. And then I'm gonna make more smokers and put them all against here. I'm gonna make 3 more smokers for you, and then I'm gonna make
thank you.
3 more crystallariums, put them there, and then I'm gonna go make 3 more furnaces there.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
had a red mullet in my pockets.
And then I'm gonna make another row of these things.
CB, oh my god.
Fucking the preserve jars, and then have more of that, and then be silly.
Yeah.
It's silly times.
Why maybe?
I'm so EP.
Don't know where I'm EP. Oh, I can plant some cherry trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on.
I should probably have more than one tree growing at each time, but at the same time I can't be bothered now.
No, that's real. It's okay. I have so many trees. Like, literally, you ever need it, just ask me, because I'm gonna plant some more. I think I'm gonna do a cherry, because I don't know how many I have. I cannot...
Because like I can't really fit too many trees in my area, because I've got a shit ton of farming space, and like a bunch of other stuff, so like, hee.
I have so many. I've been lining everything with trees.
Excuse me. I'm
Bless
sorry.
you.
I think... I can
I'm
do
so
another
sorry for dying.
Huh?
Da, 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 da.
Bro, I'm running out of steam. The Eep hit, and I just want to lay outside in the sun like a cat.
If you want to end early, then we can end. If you want to end now, we can end now. It's only like 11 a.m.
No, we're finishing this day. I've cooked too much things.
Oh,
I'm quiet.
yeah.
Are you gonna go into the mines today?
Yeah, I'm on level 106.
Can
Yes.
we need
9, 18,
copper
and 50.
really
You're
badly.
doing amazing, sweetie.
Okay,
We're
I'll go to the
Yeah.
bottom floors.
We're gonna take this
Yeah.
truck. Ah, boom, boom. That's not what a
Can
dog
you
sounds
can
like.
you go to the top and farm a shit ton of
That.
that's 25 is fine.
She got lots of money in.
It's like floor, like
I give her
110,
that. She
yeah.
need it. Oh my
No,
god.
no,
Yeah, the
copper
hiccups
is
were
like
burp.
floor 1 to 30.
There we I'm on
No,
floor
floor
5.
1 to
Love you very
40.
much, dude.
That's too many, but you know, fuck it, we go for it.
Fuck it, we ball.
We balling.
Mm-hmm.
We beastie
I
balling.
just needed to grab 40, but I
Beastie
Beastie
ball.
Ball?
You stopped
Beastie
mid sentence.
Ball.
Beastie ball.
Quiet, what if we Beastie Ball? What if I force
I
you to
was
watch
looking
me
up one
play
place.
Beastie
Yes.
What was I looking up? Oh, Kev
Right,
sent
you
me
know
the
I'll watch
info
that
for
stuff.
that one. I like this
I
playlist.
know you will.
I think it put me. Nope, wrong person, wrong person, wrong person. Where's Kev? There he is.
But what if we be silly and
Yes.
play Beastie Ball? You gotta watch me play Beastie Ball while you work.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes?
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would love
Anyway, I'm gonna go crack open a couple of Cheetos at Clint's. Well, they're not Cheetos, they're mystery boxes.
that. Have you
but
seen how
close
much stone is in the chest?
enough. I have. You know what's funny, right? I sold a stack of it a couple of days ago,
Yeah, now it's back.
and we still have that many. We do, and then we have less than half of a stack of fucking wood.
Oh, my fish are done cooking. I was reading D&D stuff. I was trying to be smart.
D&D. I miss D&D.
D&D.
It's D&D and balls.
It's okay, just watch my TikTok.
I
You'll
miss-
hear me talk about my balls all the time.
I would try this TikTok, but last time I tried to make a TikTok, it followed people and it instantly unfollowed people.
I love that. Just kidding. Also, I posted it on YouTube. I forgot. That's what it was for you.
On YouTube.
I have it on YouTube for you. Just for you. I almost forgot to post it there. Because I queued up the TikTok.
Oh my god, I love when
one and
I
then watched
open a mystery
videos.
box and it gives me 2 more mystery boxes.
Yeah!
I'm
Oh, I
sorry,
was
did
just-
I pick up a book? I got a book.
Fuck yeah! I was looking for information you had sent me,
Oh,
Kat.
yeah.
What book
Thank
did you
for
get?
mystery box for when I open, and it gave me 2 more mystery boxes. You have a slightly greater chance to find mystery boxes.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's gonna be closed. Okay.
I got
1,
spaghetti.
2.
Spaghetti.
Just gonna mark this.
Mm-hmm. If you ever want to throw me anything to open at Clint's, I can. I'm still in the menu. If I don't leave the menu, then I can things. If you throw it at me and I can pick it up,
Just like I will hold him hostage. He will work for me.
I will.
What info
I
about the
will.
cleric?
I've done that in the past.
I can put smokers down here.
Hmm.
Ew.
I hardly
That's what I'm saying. I hardly know her, but I could put her there.
I got an ossified blade.
Ooh. Ooh. That sounds
Looks
pretty
cool
cool.
as fuck.
That sounds pretty cool.
It does. It looks pretty cool.
Need this one.
Oh, let me show it you.
I'm just very in between.
Sour.
Hi. Oh, hi.
Sour, would you like to see my sword?
Yeah, I want to see a
It
sword.
looks like this. Looks like this.
Ooh, I
Like
have.
this.
I have this one. Hold on.
Hell yeah.
Oh my
This
god.
one's really shit. It's only 26 to 42 damage.
It's okay, it's pretty.
And it's got -2 speed. It's pretty. It is really pretty though. And then we have the good old galaxy sword.
Yep. Oh my god, the
Mhm.
speed difference.
Yeah.
I never knew.
Yeah. The galaxy sword has +4 speed.
That's crazy. We look insane.
Just
Just test.
slowly inching forward as well. I don't know if you've noticed.
Exactly. Do you like my chair?
I do love your chair.
You can test it out yourself. Yeah. Pretty sword, best sword.
Yay!
Yeah.
What do I have in my pockets? Bow, bow, bow.
No, you could if you like the look of a sword but not its stats, you can go to the volcano dungeon and make the good sword that you want to use look like the pretty sword.
I should do that. Oh. Sorry, I forgot I had the mask on the mannequin and he slightly has moved, but he's pointed at the direction that I was walking in from.
Creepy.
What I want to do is I want to go there and make the infinity blade. When I get the infinity blade, I want to make that look like the Meow Mare, and then I can have pretty cat sword.
Yeah, I want pretty cat sword.
I want cat sword.
The goal.
We need to go on a whole adventure to get the pretty cat sword. We can
should
do
go
it,
on
but
an
we gotta go on
adventure
an
sometime. I'm gonna edge
We
the
can do
floor
it. I can show
again.
you how. We just need.
1, 2, 3. I need 3
Do I
more.
have
Car, I finished decorating my house for the most part.
one? Damn it! I don't have gray.
This is an interesting
Do I
playlist.
have one in my house?
I wish I had.
No, I don't even have one in my house.
Oh no. I need to put a chair down here. I didn't put a chair down here. Those all gotta move. But I can't move them.
Because there's what you do is you have to grab an ancient doll, and then on level 100 of the regular mines, you have to go and throw it in the lava.
Oh.
And then after you've thrown it in the lava, a bone snake should come up from Terraria should come out. And then that will give you a crystal. And then that crystal will... You can go to the wizard. Yeah, you can go to the wizard with that crystal. And he, like, not to the wizard, but underneath the wizard's house, there's like a little thing from Terraria, and then you go and like click on that while holding the like little gem, and then a portal will open up. A Terraria cat will come out and hand you Meow Mare.
That's so cute. That
Because
is a
Meow Mare is a Terraria sword. It is the
cute.
sword that you get from beating the final boss of Terraria.
I love that. That's cute.
And then in Terraria, you can get a couple Stardew exclusive items.
Ooh.
Like you can fish up a Joja Cola, and then you can do the same thing of like, you know, going through and like giving it to a person and whatever, and then a little portal will open up and some Junimos will give you a star drop.
Aww.
And you can equip that star drop and then have a little Junimo as a pet.
That's cute.
Aww.
I don't know about that one. That's cute. Did I make these all?
Yeah.
Okay. Car, I will help teach you how to decorate your house. Don't look at my child. It's scary.
I can help teach you to decorate if you'd like.
You can hire a professional decorator.
Do that.
Oh.
I can decorate your house for you if you'd like, Car. I would do it.
I'm gonna have another baby.
I need to grab photos of my house.
Congratulations.
Wahoo!
Oh my god, you're having another baby?
Yeah. That question
Congratulations.
always scares me because it
What are you gonna
stays.
name? What are you gonna name the baby?
If we name that one Bruschetta. Bruschetta.
Elliot, why have you placed a table down in my room?
In
Sorry.
my room.
Wait,
I pay in truffles. You do have some
quiet,
truffles.
look.
What?
Quiet,
What?
look.
Huh?
He just placed a table down in my room.
You
Hmm.
can pay
Right.
in your love and affection, Kai.
Get out of the table.
I'm gonna
Kind
close the game.
of
Are you done
matches.
looking at the table?
Okay.
I'm gonna have to move that. Yeah, I'm out of the game now.
I'm just like, is it safe? Is it safe to close? Let me go to here.
Yeah.
Next baby is called. Oh, that's smart.
Prosciutto.
We'll see if it's a boy or a girl and what happens. Because
Yeah.
this baby car is an enigma. It's a girl for me. I think it was a girl for Quiet. And then
Yeah.
it was a blue baby for Turnip and for Kai.
The thing is, though, is now it's back to pink.
Okay, well, it's an enigma. I think I have an alien.
Yeah. It's okay. It's better than my demon baby from when me and Sophie used to play together. My demon baby that would literally walk through walls.
That's
It kept crashing my game.
God
It was
Oh my God.
specifically the baby kept crashing. It was weird.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Demon child.
And then it wasn't the baby, but when me, Reynard, Quiet, and our other friend Gray were playing Stardew together, I had married Elliot. It was his fourth cutscene where he was coming back from the what's it called? From the book fair. But the thing is though, is he never appeared in the cutscene. And so I just kept walking. And then I just walked straight into the void. I don't know. Yeah, and then I just kept walking until I had to force close the game.
What the
And then
fuck?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That happened twice, by the way.
God damn.
Yeah.
Oh, am I on the
Because like then
I'm on
he
the right
was
page.
there, but
Sorry.
like I walked like right through him. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here?
That's fucking crazy. Demonic baby cursing
Yeah.
everything. Demonic
Yeah.
baby. Demonic baby.
Just it was fucking insane. I wish I had the video because I panicked and I was like, oh shit, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to screenshot this time. So I literally recorded it on my phone and was just going, what the fuck is happening, guys? I need help.
Please help. Help me.
Yeah. I don't have the recording anymore because it was from my old phone. The one that exploded.
The one that exploded. The dead one. Car, we'll get you money. We gotta get you
phone that
house.
exploded.
We get you house. Get you
Car,
house,
I
baby
will literally
grill.
send you the money.
We have so many ancient fruits. We have so many ancient fruits.
I
Okay.
used a lot of them, I will admit. I used a lot of
I've
them.
been using them too.
Because I have a lot of cakes now.
It's okay.
I
that
used
means we
about
get a lot of money
70.
from it.
That is true.
'Cause then
I
we
have been
take that.
hoarding my ancient fruit so that I can put it underneath my house in the cellar. So I can then have the iridium quality. And it'll be good. And then in the meantime,
Yes.
if I don't, you know? Yeah, but
Oh,
Carl, we're gonna be in winter soon. And the truffles don't produce in winter.
yeah, I'll keep the truffles because I've been selling some. Because that's a good source of money. That is a good source of money. But we'll have all the ancient fruits still by then. And I've been making some jams out of them. So I can literally just give you money. What do we? I can just give you money. I also have not been milking your cows. So, in theory, those cows they're ready to burst. But in game, yeah, there's just no milk. You do have some cheese. I should probably milk the cows next time. Probably should. Probably so full there. So if it was in real life, you could get so much milk out of them in one go. Fortunately, it's Stardew, so you still get one.
Them cows would be in pain.
Yeah.
Because if cows overproduce like that, they go in pain.
Yeah. And the goat, the pigs live in the high life.
Oh,
Probably
my
sheep
goat.
too. The sheep probably need to be trimmed. They need a good haircut. They have not gotten anything. But the pigs, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Stop minds. Okay, I'm gonna say goodbye. I love you too.
Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Appreciate
I love you guys so much.
I can't wait to see the
I
one.
love you.
Oh, I'm so excited.
It's so good. Okay, I love you all. I love the silly little goobers. Close this. Move that. I'm gonna drop you off at Bellows. Bellows is playing the game my friend wants to play. Hey Tail. So I'm intrigued to see what it is. So I want to go there. Bye gamers. Let's give Bellows. We'll give this. That one and this one. Wow. Okay, that's a little raid. We're gonna drop off at Bellows. I don't need that one. I
If you
don't
guys
need
have
that
a
one.
prime, slap that prime on the table like a big
I'm gonna cut
fucking
that off
cock.
really quick.
Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Oh, did the playlist change? The playlist changed! We're just gonna go to this song. Okay. You guys are all so cool. I love you. I love you all. I love and appreciate you all so much. Car, I love you. I see you. I see you, Car. I see you. I hope you slept well. Okay, I love you all. I'm gonna say bye-bye from here, so I love you. Bye-bye. I will see you all tomorrow with some lovely Resident Evil. We should be able to fit up. We should be able to finish up Resident Evil 7. So there's that. Normal stream Monday as well, everything. So we're back on track. I'm gonna try to get another TikTok out for Saturday. If not, you know, we got Tuesday. Because I got more repo content I can go through. I just had to rush through it. Anyways, I love you all. And let me start raid. Okay, cool. But yes, just go drop a little hellos. Everything over there. Oh my god, he's fighting a bear. That's crazy. Anyways, I love you all. Goodbye. I'll see you all tomorrow. I give you...